Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the March 1, 2021 Community Development Block Grant Committee meeting. Due to the evolving situation with COVID-19 and health recommendations from LA County Health Department, the committee meeting will be available to the public electronically. Due to social distancing requirements, the public will not be able to attend this meeting. This meeting can be viewed on local cable, Charter Cable Channel 6, and AT&T UVerse Channel 99. You may also stream online through our website, www.glendaleca.gov, www.glendaleca.gov. You may also, by scrolling all the way to the bottom of the web page when you go to that web page, and selecting live streaming, which is the third icon from the left. For public comments and questions during the meeting, please call 818-937-8100. That number again, 818-937-8100, and you'll also see it on the screen during the proceeding. Please don't call in advance on the agenda item. Wait for the agenda item to come up. With that being said, may I have roll call, please?
Certainly. Committee members Avedicio?
Yes, here.
Kazarian? Kazarian, you are on mute. If you could unmute yourself. Oh, he is present.
Here.
Gabrielian?
Here.
Perfect. Thank you. We can hear you. Thank you. Quinones Gabrielian?
Here.
Vice Chair Garibian?
Here.
Chair Armenian?
Present.
The agenda for the March 1st, 2021 special meeting of the CDBG Advisory Committee was posted on or before Monday, February 22nd, 2021 on the bulletin board outside City Hall. Item 2, reports information only. At A, Community Capital Improvement Project status.
Good morning, Chair Armenian, members of the Advisory Committee. Our CDBG project managers, Eric Adamian and Tamar Kavanjan, will be presenting you with a capital improvement report, both for city and community agencies. Let me go ahead and share the screen so you may see the PowerPoint. Is everyone able to see the PowerPoint?
Yes.
Yes.
Excellent. Eric, you may begin.
Good morning, Chair Armenian, CDBG Advisory Committee, and City staff. The purpose of this presentation is to provide an update in regards to the ongoing City of Glendale and community agency capital improvement projects. I will be presenting on the 4 city capital improvement projects. The city projects include the Palanconi Park Playground and Shade Structure Project, Pacific Park Artificial Turf Multipurpose Field Project, Pacific Park Playground and Pool Shade Structure Improvement Project, and the Pacific Park Splash Pad Project. The second half of the presentation will be presented by my colleague Tamar. Tamar will cover the 7 ongoing community agency capital improvement projects, which include the Catholic Charities Glendale Community Center Roofing Project, Catholic Charities Glendale Community Center Improvements Project, the Hometment Autodot Main Campus HVAC Project, Hometment Autodot Campus Bleachers Project, and the Main Campus Gym Divider Project. It also includes the Armenian Cultural Foundation Solar Panel Project and Adventist Health Glendale Windows Project. Next slide, please. First, let's start with the Palanconi Park Playground and Shade Structure Project. The location of the project is 1000, there you go, it's 1000 Grandview Avenue. Next slide, please. Thank you. The available budget for this project is $494,966. The scope of work includes replacing the aging playground equipment with up-to-date code-compliant play equipment. It also includes shade canopies covering much of the playground area. The community services park staff is currently working with the playground equipment vendors to refine designs and cost estimates for both playgrounds. The current status, the project has completed design phase and is entering bidding phase. Project is expected to be completed in December 2021. Next slide, please. Next, we have the Pacific Park Artificial Turf Multi-Purpose Field Project. The location is 501 South Pacific. The available budget is $1,840,000, of which $1,090,000 is from CDBG, and the $750,000 is development impact fees. The scope of the project is to convert the existing natural turf baseball field to a multi-purpose artificial turf field for general public baseball and soccer use. Addition of new fencing and gates, as well as increased field availability by 92 days per year. Currently, the project is in plan check with 90% of construction drawings completed. Next step includes the bidding of the project and beginning of construction. Project is expected to be completed in December 2021. Next, we have the Pacific Park Playground and Pool Shade Structure located at 501 South Pacific Avenue. The available budget is $313,293, of which $191,522 is allocated by CDBG, and the $121,771 is allocated by the city general funds. The project includes the installation of permanent shade structures at 2 playground areas. Also, it includes the installation of 2 shade structures for the Pacific Community Pool Deck area. Currently, the project is in check is in plan check with 85% of construction drawings completed already, and the project is expected to be completed by July 2021. Pacific Park Splash Pad Project, 501 South Pacific Avenue. Available budget is $734,000. $370,000 is allocated by CDBG, and $364,000 is allocated by the city general fund. The project includes the replacement of current splash pad water feature with new splash pad, addition amenities increasing the size of splash pad area by 20%. Currently, splash pad is 14 years old and needs to be replaced due to health code requirements. Updated surfacing, water filtered and recirculated per public health requirements as well. Currently, the project is in design phase, and the new design with LA County and City of Glendale approvals will be completed by September 2021. Project is expected to be completed by May 2022. Chair Armenian and CDBG Advisory Committee members, at this point, I will pass the presentation over to my colleague, Tamar Kavanjan, to present on the ongoing capital improvement projects. Tamar, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Eric. Good morning, Chair Armenian and committee members and staff. The first project is the Catholic Charities of Los Angeles. Next, please. Catholic Charities of Los Angeles is split into 2 phases. The first phase is Glendale Community Center Improvement Project, which is CDBG funding $256,800. The second phase is Glendale Community Center Roofing Project. CDBG funding is $123,988. Total for the both phases is $380,788. The scope of the project includes project renovation, will update structure for ADA compliance, improving security, and complete a set of deferred maintenance projects, replacing 100 existing fluorescent lighting with energy-efficient LED lighting, demolition and removal of existing roof, installation of new roof, metal flashing for vents and AC units. Status update is for phase 1 has completed an environmental review. Phase 2 Architect has finalized drawings requested by city's planning department. Both phases are expected to complete in summer of 2022. Next, please. Next is Home Admin Other Chapter Roofing Project Main Campus. Next, please. Total CDBG funding is $193,270. Scope includes replacement of 3 main areas of the roof at main campus, removal, re-installation of CDBG funded solar PV, clean and prep existing roof for polyurethane spray foam roofing. Status update is city's planning department is currently awaiting agency's drawings to include in the environmental review. Contract agreements are forthcoming. Facility has been closed since March 16, 2020 due to COVID-19 pandemic. Project expected to be completed by spring 2022. Next, please. Next is Home Admin Other Chapter HVAC Project Main Campus. The image to the right is the existing HVAC unit that is 20 years old. Next, please. Total CDBG funding is $95,113. Scope includes replacing 7 HVAC units of the existing 20-year-old unit. Status update is project is in environmental phase and awaiting drawings to proceed. Facility has been closed since March 16. Project is expected to be completed by spring 2022. Next, please. Another of the Home Admin Other Chapter is the Bleachers Project Main Campus. Next, please. Total CDBG funding is $95,113. Scope includes removal of current bleachers, installation of custom motorized retractable bleachers. Project has completed environmental review and contracts are pending. Project is expected to be completed by spring 2022. Next, please. Another of the Home Admin Other Chapter is Gym Divider Project Main Campus. Next slide, please. Total CDBG funding is $26,287. Scope includes installation of 1 motorized athletic gym divider curtain with electronic connections for the motorized divider. The installation of the gym divider will allow additional practices for youth. Materials have been purchased and paid for are on site. Status update for this project is agency had submitted the drawings for the city of LA and the city misplaced it. So currently the agency went back. We submitted the drawings to get an RTI ready to issue, and the contractor is ready to pull the permits. Our project is expected to complete by April 2021. Next, please. Armenian Culture Foundation Solar Panel Installation Project. This is an image of the existing parking lot where the solar panels will be located. Next, please. Total CDBG funding is $219,537. The scope of the project includes installation of 5 pole solar arrays, solar technology, commercial solar systems in the parking lot of the building. Agency sole sourced the project due to 2 attempted good faith efforts to find a qualified contractor and because of the highly specialized nature of the project. Status update, agency is working with Glendale Water and Power and Public Works Building and Safety to finalize a few remaining items that needs to be completed before construction. Agency hired general contractor and will enter construction phase upon green light from City of Glendale. Project is on target to be completed on or before May 2021. Next, please. Next is Adventist Health Glendale Windows Project. The image to the right is the existing custom original windows that will be replaced. Next, please. Total CDBG funding is $65,000. Scope of the project includes the current windows are original to the building dating back to 1926. And the scope is to replace all 4 original windows for their Livewell Senior Center. The product is dual pan insulated glass to allow for well-lit facility to support senior programming. Status update is COVID-19 restrictions for Adventist Health Glendale has been lifted. Project specifications are completed. An agency held a pre-bid walk opening on February 18, 2021, with 2 bids currently being viewed by the agency. Project is on target to be completed on or before December 2021. And that is all the CIP projects. Thank you.
Great. Questions on the report? Mr. Abadi.
I have a question. First of all, Eric and Tamar, thank you for your report on all the details. I have a question and a concern. It's a general question, I think, for all the agencies. We have some agencies that their projects were approved and the funding was available for them for going back to probably 3 years, if not more. And the project's still in line of completion, or it's not completed yet. It's still waiting for some approvals or whatnot. What is the issue? Why is it taking so long just getting this project on its way and getting it done? I don't know if you have any answers or any exactly.
That's a very good question, Committee Member Avedisian. Many of these projects have been technically in limbo for a few reasons. They went out to bid. I'm talking more about the 2018-2019 projects that are pending and will most likely be completed by April or May of this year. They have been in limbo because it is very difficult. They're specialized. For instance, the gym divider was a very specialized project. Solar panel has been very specialized and requires that, well, we have to work with the city of Los Angeles because Home Minutemen is located in that particular area. And with them misplacing permits, they had a retirement, they had a lot of concerns. Then they had the COVID crisis where they shut down their building. So there were a lot of factors in play. Same with solar panel. The solar panel project went back and forth with Glendale Water and Power. They had a connectivity, they had this packet that they had to complete for their connectivity issues that they had. And they're still working out a few of those kinks. I think they have about 2 or 3 completed. Eric, you could probably help me out because I think they got the latest information last week on completion. So with solar panel, it's such a highly specialized project that we went through the bidding process. Then they requested that we sole source the project, which took more time. They finally interviewed quite a few contractors, I believe about 3, until they found the contractor that was able to do the project. He's actually awaiting approval from GWP and Public Works. Once that happens, the project is ready to go. It's about a 3-week project, no longer than that. So that being said, there are a lot of factors in play. And of course, COVID. COVID was a huge factor for our Adventist Health Glendale as well. They were also a project from 2018, 2019. They also had a retirement. Their executive director retired, so they had to turn the project over to a new director. And then the hospital closed in the sense that it was closed. All hospital buildings were not allowed to have any outside visitors during this whole COVID year. So they were waiting for the approval. Once that was lifted, Tamar and Eric were actually able to work quite comfortably with the new project crew. They were very quick to get the project bids done, the specs done, and the bidding done. So I think they're pretty much ready to be completed as well. So that would be more of an explanation of those 3 projects that were in the 2018-2019 period.
Thank you.
Maggie, if I may add.
Sure.
Community Member Avedisian, in regards to the gym divider project and the ACF solar panel project, the latest we have is basically, as Tamar mentioned in her presentation, the set of plans were actually misplaced by City of LA, but we've been in contact with their staff and we have been notified to let the contractor of the project submit the plans to the building and safety in order to speed up the process. So we're actually very close to finalizing that minor issue we had with them. And in regards to the solar panel project, the project manager for the Armenian Culture Foundation is working closely with the building and safety here in Glendale. There was a minor, I think 1 or 2 issues they had in their set of plans, but from the last communication I had with them, they actually solved those issues and they're just waiting on submitting the permits to building and safety for a final review. So we're very close to moving forward with those 2 projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric.
Mr. Garibian?
Just overall, from what I'm hearing, from whatever you was just explained, most of these are just technical issues. Am I correct?
Yes.
Whether one or another. So nothing of agencies having some kind of problems or defaults or anything like that. Just mainly technical issues to get it done, either bidding or contractors or permits and so on and so forth. Is that what, am I hearing that correctly?
Well, you have 3 factors, Vice Chair Garibian. Your first factor is 2 of the agencies had executive directors that retired. You also had COVID that affected 3 agencies, and then of course the technical issues. So you kind of have a perfect storm of delays in a sense.
Okay, thank you so much.
Other committee members, you have questions? If not, I have a couple. I actually wanted to also pivot to the city projects. Any sense, Mr. Bulanian, about any delays due to COVID, or are those all pretty much on track based on original schedules?
Chair, Armenian members of the advisory committee, they're on schedule. We have had no delays in COVID. We have the Pacific, the splash pad project. There was some delay because of LA County health requirements having a hot shower as part of the project. So we went back to the drawing board to include a hot shower component as part of the project, and also to enhance and expand the restrooms at Pacific. The consultant is working on the design drawings and construction documents for both those items of the project, but all of our other projects are right on track.
And the specifically to the Pacific projects, are those going to end up, I assume, taking some of those facilities offline? Not the entire facility, obviously, but for example, if you're putting in artificial turf, I imagine there's going to be a period of time where that field is not going to be available. Or similarly in the pool, the splash pad, right at the peak time when we may actually be getting back together and allowing sports and things like that to take place. So I was just wondering, from a timing perspective, how long do you think those facilities will go offline?
The contract for the artificial turf would be about 180 days. We're hoping that the project will be completed in 4 months. We will move the users to other fields in Glendale. For the playground, the water feature, we will go ahead and close the feature in wintertime to so we don't have any issues with the public using it and not able to use it during the summer. So we're hoping to get the water feature completed during the winter, during the off season, so it will have less impact to the public.
Okay, thank you for that. Other questions? Okay. If not, if we have any other questions, and some of these applicants are applying again, so we can also ask them if we have any specifics. But otherwise, thank you to staff for the comprehensive report. Always good to see all the work in progress. I know it takes time to do these sorts of capital projects just in normal times. So, the days we're living in today make it especially difficult. So, all right, with that, let's move on to the next agenda item, please.
Item 2B, review of financial ratios for community agencies applying for fiscal year 2021-2022 capital improvement project funding.
Again, good morning, Chair Armenian, members of the Advisory Committee. Staff has prepared a PowerPoint presentation regarding the financial ratios report for community organizations that have applied for CIP funding this year. The ratios serve as an additional tool to evaluate the proposals. We reviewed the slides pretty in depth at last Friday's meeting. So I'll briefly gloss over this presentation as it is very similar to Friday's, but I did include an additional slide after a very healthy discussion that was started by Vice Chair Garibian on the use of the ratio calculation tool as an added benefit. So I'll go ahead and share. Is everyone able to see?
Yes.
Excellent. As a quick review, agencies, accounting firms were asked to provide 3 financial ratios: the debt ratio, the defensive interval, and the reliance on source of income, using their submitted financial statements from the past 2 years. Staff reviewed and verified those calculations. Staff made 2 presentations on the ratio calculation tool, and we provided one-to-one support with agencies who contacted us needing additional support. Again, debt ratio is total liabilities over unrestricted net assets. Ratios that are less than 1 are good indicators of debt, less debt than asset. Agencies that have submitted proposals for capital improvement and have debt ratios that are greater than 1 are, we have actually 3 of them. We have Armenian Cultural Foundation. They have about $8 million in liabilities. But however, when you look at their year-to-year comparison from 2018 to 2019, you do see a slight decrease. With Homenetmen Ara chapter, they had a slightly greater than debt ratio of 0.15 in their 2019 financials. However, when you look at their 2018 and 2020, they were in within the range that they needed to be. The one that stands out the most is the YMCA of Glendale. Their debt ratio seems quite high and seems very skewed. So we did a little background on that, and their greatest liability is actually due to deferred revenues. The Y had entered into a lease agreement with a third party to construct units, housing units, and operate them. And the term of that lease is 57 years. So the agency has deferred their recognition of the rentals until their specified targets have been met. Next, we have defensive interval. This ratio looks at the agency's liquid assets over their monthly expenses. And for this ratio, 3 months or more is a good indicator of financial health. I think Lark Musical Society is slightly 0.06 under where it should be, and they were the only agency that had a skewed number. And then lastly, it's reliance on source of income. This ratio looks at the agency's largest revenue source and their total revenues to identify potential risks. All the community agencies applying for CIP were in a very healthy range. So this is the slide that we included to kind of go over what our thought process was regarding ratio calculation tool. So currently agencies turn in their most current financial statements. So mostly they've turned in 2018 and 2019. Now, some were able to provide 2020 financials if their fiscal year ended on June 30th, 2020. We believe that in the next few years, the true health of a community organization will most likely be revealed in 2021 and 2022 when we see the impact of COVID on these agencies' financials. So that's something that we wanted to add. So the community to review, when the committee reviews the 2021-2022, I would believe that that would be a greater indication of the health of an organization. And again, in summary, these ratios are not an expressed opinion on financial health. They should not be evaluated on a standalone basis, and they provide an additional evaluation tool for the committee. This concludes my presentation. If you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer.
Thank you, staff, for that report. Any questions from committee members?
I have just thank you. Maggie, thank you very much. I want to understand more clearly the deferred revenue from the YMCA and possible impact when you say you're not going to start recognizing it until when? I didn't understand that.
So basically, we had reached out to them, and they're available too for questions later when they come up. They had a very high number. I mean, their number was completely off kilter. So when we asked them, they have their agency had constructed and operated units for housing right across the street from the Y. And they didn't, in their financials, they are deferring the recognition of that rental income. It's a 57-year lease that they have from what they told us. So when they defer the recognition of the rentals, they're not showing it, but it is a liability. So the best question would be to ask, their executive director is on. He probably would explain it better, as this was done in 2014. So this project started in 2014, so we're about 2021. I'm sure they'll be able to explain a little bit more about what's going on currently and how it's going to be reflected in their future financials.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions from any other committee members? Okay, thank you very much. And then we will move on to the next agenda item.
Next is item 3, action items at A, funding recommendations for fiscal year 2021-2022 capital improvement projects. At 1 is conduct interviews with capital improvement applicants, deliberate, and make funding recommendations. And the first, I think staff has a report.
We do have a report. Give me 1 second to pull it up.
No problem.
We're having a little bit of difficulty.
We're almost on schedule.
Okay. Apologies, it's not allowing us to share. So give me one more, let me give it one more try. And okay, are we able to see this?
Yes.
Excellent. Okay, so I just wanted to go over the agency. You're going to be interviewing the agencies. We have 7 interviews that are scheduled today, and of the 7, we have 5 agencies. We have 1 agency that will present 3 separate project proposals. Again, we have proposal evaluation forms that were submitted in your packets. We ask that you please complete them. If you haven't already done your initial review, finalize it today and sign off, and then staff will pick it up next week. Again, same as our Friday's proposal interviews. We have 5 minutes for the agency to present, and then we'll have a question and answers period for 10 minutes. We plan to deliberate and make funding recommendations this afternoon at 12:35 p.m. And as we had mentioned on Friday, we did receive our final allocations that came in at 1.894 million, which allows the committee to make funding recommendations of $831,145 for community CIP projects. Now, agencies have requested closer to 2.4 million. That's about a $1.6 million difference, so that you'll have your work cut out for you this afternoon. And we can start as soon as Iris is ready to allow our first agency in for interviews.
Yeah, and I'll remind my fellow committee members that in the documents that you had received initially when reviewing, the estimated amount that we had to allocate was 900,000. So the 831 is actually less than what you may have been looking at when you were reviewing the documents. So it makes it even more challenging, similar to our experience from Friday on the social service programs. So with that in mind, yes, Ms. Quinones Gabrielian.
Thank you very much, Chairman Armenian. I just before we start, I will be observing a lot, but I had a couple of questions on the process, eligibility, and what we've received. In the past, is there, in your deliberations and your awards, have you looked at partially funding, breaking it apart, looking at the budget? I don't know how, is it an all or nothing? Or do we go through and talk about some minimum requirements, maybe safety, maybe take several things into consideration and look at partial funding?
Yeah, I mean, I'll start and then maybe Mr. Other staff can chime in. But, you know, typically we have, if we break anything up, we have to look at it from a logical piece of the proposal in terms of if there's a phase, that they can phase pieces of the project. But it's not like just partial funding that just parks there. And then we do factor in our discussions and deliberations about the need and who's served, how critical is the need, and those sorts of things would come into play in our discussions. But I don't know if staff wants to reply as well.
I would like to add two items. Of course, we look at the program priorities as we've done with our public social services. And as our chair, Armenian, had mentioned, we look at it, if you are going to reduce the amount, you have to reduce the scope of work. So if an agency has come to you and asked for 10 HVACs, you can ask them how many do they really need to replace at this time, and maybe possibly consider reducing the scope of work to maybe 5 or 6. But these would be questions directed at the agency because we don't know what the total, you know, their budget is, what is their leverage. So these are good questions that you could ask the agency to kind of figure out how to maneuver funding. Also, we really want the advisory committee to be well aware that timeliness is an issue. You saw how many outstanding projects we have. We have to spend down those funds because we will be dinged next year by HUD if we have more than 1.5%, 1.5 times our allocation amount for the year. So if we're not spending down and drawing down funds, we can get dinged, and we don't want to be dinged by HUD. So a good question to ask the agencies might be, how soon can they complete their projects? Do they have the capacity to have a project manager on board to help them navigate and maneuver and complete these projects in a timely fashion? Because that's really ultimately what we'd like to see. I hope that kind of gives you an overview.
Excellent. Yes, thank you both. One more, just a follow-up. Is there a requirement when we start looking at initial cost of a project, and they provide these estimates? Is there a requirement to have more than one agency, more than one estimate contractor provide the estimate, or is one enough? And the other thing I noticed is we don't have, in some of the cost estimates, they don't break much down. For example, just material and labor, we have no idea. It's and it might be a little inflated, it seems to me, but we have no idea. We can't see if labor versus materials, et cetera. What requirements are there to come up with this initial cost estimate?
That's a very good question, committee member. We do ask for more than one estimate, but unfortunately, the time frame that the community agencies has is 1 month, and it's within a month they have to find at least 2 general contractors that are willing to give them an estimate. We are okay with accepting one healthy one, and if they can send us something with at least one general contractor, we would accept that. We do go back and forth, as you could see in the strengths and weaknesses analysis, and we do question some of the costs. The main part that you see that you think or seems inflated is they have to account for prevailing wage rates. And at that time, they don't know what the prevailing wage rate is because the prevailing wage rates change, you know, with whenever we get the updated numbers. So of course the general contractor has to plug that number in, and it might seem inflated, but it could change. As the contract, after the agency is approved, we work with the agency to have a finalized budget, and that's when you really see the actuals. So I hope that answers some of your question.
I imagine once we do provide the award, I mean, they'd have to abide by, you know, the federal requirements, 3 bids and, you know, et cetera, et cetera. So, okay.
And then to add, the reason why we're I don't want to say we're more lenient, but the reason we are okay with at least one is because the agencies that, the contractors that give estimates are not allowed to bid on the final project because they kind of have an unfair advantage. And then you lose out on 2 qualified general contractors. So that's always been kind of a concern. And I think that's probably the reasoning behind maybe the possibility of one estimate coming in, because they want to kind of save that other, to have at least 3 bids come in, 3 healthy bids come in once they get funded. So that's something to be mindful for.
The process is a little bit clunky in that sense because a lot of contractors won't give you the initial bid because they don't want to be locked out of bidding on the actual project. So it makes it a little bit difficult for the agencies who also have time constraints, just trying to find, you know, the contractors just to give them the estimates so that they can do the proposal. But you know, I think the approval process is essentially to give us a target, give the agencies a target to shoot for from a funding perspective, but then there's a much more competitive and robust process that comes in as you get the multiple bids for the formal part of the process, if you will. And oftentimes the other thing to look for is whether an agency is looking for 100% or whether they are leveraging some of their own funds, because that gives a little bit of wiggle room there in terms of the amounts. So
good, thank you so much.
Discussing, yep.
I appreciate it.
Any other staff wanted to comment based on the questions, or are you satisfied? Okay. Okay, good. If not, then let's move on because we're now, we are 15 minutes behind schedule. So let's go ahead and start with our first agency.
Sure, the first agency is Armenian Cultural Foundation for Glendale Youth Center Capital Improvement Project. And with us is Vache Tomasian.
Good morning, Mr. Tomasian. Can you hear us?
Good morning, commissioners. I hope you had a wonderful weekend, and it's nice to see you again. It's a new day, and I still have the same technical issues with my audio, apparently, so I'm calling in. First off, before presenting our capital improvement project proposals, I do want to take a moment and correct a mistake from my presentation on Friday. I omitted my desire to thank Maggie and Tamar and Eric for their wonderful, selfless, and continued support through the after-school program implementation and the capital improvement program implementation that we've had thus far. I forgot to do that, and I wanted to correct that omission this morning. Folks, the COVID situation has given us pause to reflect on a couple of very important issues, including safety and accessibility at the Glendale Youth Center, and that's the foundation of our capital improvement project requests for today. Understanding the limited funding that's available and taking the staff recommendations to heart, which were made to us. We've crafted as narrowly tailored as possible requests in order to improve safety and accessibility at GYC. GYC has been around for about 15 plus years, and while the building itself is in good shape, it's in need of some TLC. The funds that we're requesting are divided into 4 key upgrade components. It was 5, but following staff recommendations, we did remove our requests for audio-visual upgrades, which according to HUD regulations were not something that we would qualify for, so those were removed entirely. So the 4 project categories include upgrading the 15-year-old HVAC system, upgrading the outdated analog security camera system to a state-of-the-art 4K system with 24 cameras throughout the perimeter and interior of the building, upgrading the building access system from a standard key lock traditional entrance system to an access card system covering 32 doors throughout the building, and remodeling our reading room cafeteria area to provide a more inviting, engaging space for kids and for parents waiting for their kids at the center. We've received bids on each of these and are also prepared to leverage funding through private donations and donations that we have interest in targeting specific sub-projects. For the HVAC upgrade, we anticipate a 1-month job. For the security camera upgrade, we anticipate a 2-week job. For the access card system, we anticipate a 2-week job. And for the cafeteria remodel, we anticipate about a 6-week job. Design and bids have been completed for all of the mentioned projects. And it's important to note that these projects don't involve any structural changes to the Glendale Youth Center. They're equipment upgrades and cosmetic changes. So I will stop there. With these upgrades and renovations, we believe that this will help keep GYC on the cutting edge of service to the public and to the community, especially in the time where we're anticipating an increased need and demand for community services and programming. Thank you, folks.
Thank you. Questions from committee members? Go ahead, Ms. Gabriela.
Mr. Tomasian, thank you, and it's a pleasure to see you again. I have just a couple of questions. I may be missing it, or can you, with the reduction or the removal of the 40,000 for the audiovisual program, and then I believe a postponement of part of this library, correct? What is the actual requested amount?
That's an excellent question. With the reduction, so initially we were looking at, I believe it was 156,000, and then that was reduced by 40,000, which was representative of the audio-visual request. So the total request now on the proposed budget is 116,000.
It was 152 before.
Yeah. At least that's what the staff paperwork says. It says that this is what the staff, but it says budget request total construction cost of the projects is 189, and the agency is 80%. From CDBG, total project cost of 195.7, and agencies requesting approximately 78% to be funded. So if there was a revision to that,
if we compare the initial budget form that was submitted, which includes the audio-visual program, and the revised budget form, you'll see that the $40,000 for the audio-visual is removed, but there is a few $1,000s that's reallocated. A couple $1,000s increase to the HVAC and a couple $1,000s increase to the cafeteria remodel. That's where that difference is between the 152 and the 116.
Okay, so
making the new amount what? Making the new amount
116.
160. Okay, thank you.
16.
Maggie, was there a new budget worksheet that was submitted by the agency? Because I don't think it was in the packet.
It's not in the packet. Mr. Tomasian, did you submit that blue budget worksheet, a secondary one?
I have it in front of me right now, actually. Yes. Am I able to share my screen or?
Unfortunately, you won't be able to share your screen now. But if you could just, if you have the budget sheet in front of you, if Chair Armenian, if you would like, maybe he could go down and read the CDBG request line by line, if that helps you. If the total is sufficient, then that's fine, and we could work out the details later. Up to you.
Yeah, no, that would be, I think, helpful for so that the committee members can know how much for each portion.
Pacha, if you have the budget sheet in front of you, if you can go down and at least read the CDBG request,
absolutely,
so that we know exactly line by line what you're requesting.
Commissioners, if you have the project budget form in front of you, starting from the HVAC upgrades, you show a listing of 18,000. That's been changed to 20,000. The audio visual program, which is the next line, you show 40,000. That has been completely removed to 0 based on staff recommendations. The next is the security camera, which indicates 13,000. That's remained the same. The next line is the door key card system, which you see as 45,000. That has remained the same. Next, you see the library cafeteria remodel. You show 30,000. We've changed that to 32,000. And then you see the project supervision management at 1,000, which remains the same. So that total is 116. We didn't want to just reallocate that $40,000 that was requested initially for the audiovisual to the other stuff because, frankly, that would be a little bit greedy. So we didn't want to do that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know whether, Maggie, whether I'm looking at the wrong thing, but I was looking in the package. There's a budget within a section, because the numbers were different than what Mr. Tomasian was reading.
Right.
I mean, they're within range, but they're not precisely what the package was showing.
Chair Armenian, so what is within the package is what the agency submitted initially. So the package that you have should show the CDBG request being 152,000, correct?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Looking at, okay. Yeah, so what happened is when the staff submitted the staff analysis identifying strengths and weaknesses, we identified that the audiovisual was not eligible. So the agency revised their budget. It seems like it was either misplaced or it didn't get to staff. I'm not sure, but we didn't have the revised budget worksheet, which is why I was asking Mr. Tomasian if he could read it off to us. Mr. Tomasian, what you read off is missing $5,000, which was a contingency item. Did you remove that, or are you still including?
That's still there.
Okay, so that might be where you're off, because without that, it doesn't add up to 116,000. So,
yeah, it adds up to what you just read off. Adds up to 111.
Correct. So he just didn't say the 5,000 contingency, which is also included. So you keep the contingency on there, and it'll add up to the 116,000.
Okay. So then, can I just ask once again? I missed your first one. You started reading, and I wasn't at the right place. You said the HVAC upgrades have been changed to what amount?
20,000.
Okay. All right. So it does. All right, great. Thank you.
Let me just, first, so that we're all on the same page, let me just read off what I have, and then you can confirm. So it was 20 for HVAC, zeroed out the AV, 13 for security, 45 for door key cards, 32 for library, 1K for supervision. That, based on my calculations, comes out to 111,000. So is there 5,000 contingency? Correct.
Chairman Armenian, the 5,000 contingency that's listed on the budget form that was originally submitted is maintained in the revised budget as well. So it's 111 plus 5K.
Got it. So that comes to a total of 116.
Correct.
Mr. Tomasian, just so we're all on the same page, is the agency leverage exactly the same for the items listed, or the DAP number change as well when the estimates went up for 2 of the line items?
Right. The numbers changed slightly. In the line items that I indicated had been altered. However, the most significant change in terms of agency leveraging was in the audiovisual program, where we have to take on 100% of that cost.
Okay, so the agency leverage went up to basically 50,000 for that line item? Because
Correct.
you did it at 10, so you moved the 40 to agency leverage, so that went up to 50,000.
That's correct. So our total percentage requested is 56% from CDBG.
Okay. Other questions?
I have a question.
Go ahead, Vidishan.
Good morning, Mr. Tomasian. Was wondering, out of all the budget items that you have presented and the projects, the 4 different projects, would any of the projects are more essential, emergency, that you need to correct or fix or replace than the other? If in case knowing that the budget dollars are shortened again, so if we need to, would be any preference for you which project and which dollar amount would be more essential for you to get it done and get it done on time?
Right. Thank you for the question. I think that the access card and security camera system are directly correlated with building safety. I believe that the cafeteria project is essential in terms of improving functionality at the building, especially considering the fact that we have daily programs that are going on there right now. The cafeteria and the reading room area are completely not in use, just due to disrepair right now. And we included, photos of those areas in the submission. With regards to the HVAC units, that might be something that we could do in 2 phases. However, the big roof units have not been replaced for 15 years, so their life is coming to an end.
Thank you.
Mr. Garibian.
Good morning, Mr. Tomasian. Thanks for the presentation. Couple of things. Obviously, I saw a roof certification for the HVAC, so that's great. So your roof life is there for a while. Also, on your project descriptions, I see here homeless services. But I remember you guys had last year food pantry. Is that correct? Yes, something similar to that. And I remember that we had elected officials, Adam Schiff and Portantino, and everybody else was supportive of you guys, and they were present actually handing out the bags to needy. So is this something that you're going to be continue doing so irrelevant of COVID or not? So you're going to allocate most of your or some of your area of having a sort of a food bank stuff, and have you had it in the past also?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Garibian. During the initial months of the COVID crisis, where there was a lot of sort of uncertainty, we were faced with a situation where a lot of the community members in the surrounding area were not leaving their homes, especially elderly folks. Lower income folks were affected with joblessness, etc. So that's when we set up the COVID relief project out of GYC, where we basically leveraged all activities to gear towards providing food and supply assistance to over 1,000 families. What we did was we kept in touch with those 1,000 plus families, and keeping in communication with them. We have realized what you mentioned, which is the potential future need for a maybe not daily or weekly, but perhaps monthly food bank operating out of the center. And a lot of the folks that received the assistance expressed the desire for that kind of service in the near future.
Thank you. And obviously, the project you guys have, because of the HVAC connection, I just want to be sure your solar is not on your ceiling, it's not rooftop. It's on the parking lot, so it will not affect the HVAC repair if necessary for future or for now, because I think those get craned up. So once you have the solars, I don't know, is that gonna somehow not give you access to the roof anymore or something like that? Have you guys considered all those factors?
So like you correctly mentioned, our solar project is pole mounted in the parking lot. So they will not be roof units. So the HVAC systems as they are right now are completely a separate and disjointed entity from anything related to the solar systems. And earlier, Maggie and Eric gave a very thorough explanation as to the solar project and the current status of the solar project. So I don't want to take too much of the committee's time adding on to that.
But you are, just to confirm, you are on track for like an April, May completion on that?
So right now, our project manager is working closely with building safety and Glendale Water Power in order to dot the I's and cross the T's and get construction started. All the equipment is at the center already. We're waiting for final approval in order to get that going. And it is a 3 to 4 week build. It's not going to be an extensive, elongated process. So I believe May completion date is 99% feasible. I say 99% just because of the uncertainty of the world that we live in today.
Yep. So for my fellow commissioners, these are, from my understanding, that's kind of a pedestal mount in the parking lot. So that's how you're able to continue using the parking lot as well as get the solar energy without it being connected.
We don't lose any spots.
Yep. Ms. Quinones-Gavillion.
Just, I wanted to add on to what Mr. Garibian was remarking on, and just to say that I'm very well aware that your multiple programs are right on our program priorities, and you do so many things: anti-crime, senior services, youth services, homeless services, legal services. And I want to say I've visited and I've been a part of programs in your center in the past, and I feel good that it's open to the entire community. I commend you for that. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
And it really was a remarkable operation during the COVID in terms of the delivering food to those who are needy, especially seniors. So that was amazing, amazing fast stand-up of that operation. So really appreciate all the work getting done out of that center and the important role it plays in our community. Any other questions for Mr. Tomasian? Okay, well, thank you very much, Mr. Tomasian, for your time. Apologies for the slight delay, and I'm glad we were able to have you despite the technical difficulties.
Thank you very much, folks.
Thank you. Okay, next.
Next is Homenet Men Glendale out of that chapter for the restroom renovation project. With us is Armin Abulian.
Good morning, committee members. Good morning, staff.
We're having a little bit difficulty hearing you. Maybe, I don't know if there's a way to increase the volume.
Is that better now?
A little bit. You need to go a little bit higher.
How about now? Is that better?
Much better, yeah.
All right. Well, good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present. And a special thanks to Maggie and the rest of the team members that have answered our multiple questions. In short, the purpose of our project is to replace an underground sewage drain line that currently drains 4 of our bathrooms within our center. These 4 bathrooms are mainly utilized by the 2 gyms, the basketball and volleyball gyms that we have, and 2 gymnasium and artistic dance halls. Unfortunately, what has come to our attention over the last year or two is that, especially prior to COVID, is that anytime we have a highly trafficked event, such as a basketball tournament or a gymnastics meet or anything like that, the bathrooms would get clogged up. And that has resulted in us requesting multiple plumbers to come by and requires to hydrojet or open up the main drain line. Now, this issue has become serious enough where anytime we have a major event, we've been curtailing some of the use of those bathrooms to some of the bathrooms that are serviced by another drain line. This wasn't as big of an issue before, and it was almost an adaptation to the problem. Except more recently, we have started a new service where we have a chapter dedicated to the individuals with disabilities. And the bathroom that was being used now was more the ones that the disabled individuals were using. So it heightened this issue further. Eventually, our plumber, as a firm solution, informed us that the main line has to be replaced. And that is why we are requesting this assistance for replacement of the drain line. I would like to point out that we did make an adjustment after Maggie's evaluation of our application that initially, due to the recommendation from the plumber, we had incorporated our other center as well into the plumbing job. However, now we have limited to our main center, which is the one that is heavily trafficked, that has those gymnasiums, as I mentioned. And so the total amount is going to be $206,000 instead of the original $311,000.
And your leverage, is that still, what is your leverage now? Your
$20,350.
Okay, Mr. Garibian.
Dr. Abulian, thank you so much for the presentation. Before moving forward, I want to definitely start by saying that Mr. Armand Gorgorian's absence is definitely felt in the community and obviously in the CDBG room. I do want to remember that he was also a fellow commissioner in the city of Glendale as well. And 40 years of service that he did to ARAD and the community is definitely felt, and we're going to miss him for sure, his absence. So my question was, the 206,000, you say, is that for both campuses or just?
No, sir. We have limited to just one campus, the main campus, which has the higher traffic, about 2,100 people going through there unduplicated.
That includes the contingency or it doesn't, the 206,000?
That does not include it.
Does not. So a total of about 226?
226,000.
226,000.
Sorry, 226 or 206? I heard 206.
That's without the contingency, and then 20,000 contingency. So
Got
226. I just want to clarify that part. So
the exact number is 226,868 to be precise.
And that's 6 restrooms in the main campus?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Abulian, just to make sure we're all on the same page, can you please read what is your exact amount for CDBG request and exact amount for agency request?
The exact amount for CDBG request is $206,518. The agency is $20,350.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Ms. Quinones Gabrielian.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I want to express sincerely that Mr. Gregorian's absence is going to be felt incredibly and deeply. He was always such a wonderful face of Hominid Men and in our community, and we wish his family the best. I do have to move on to the question about the number of unduplicated people served only on the main campus. If you could please clarify that.
We have more than 80 basketball teams, more than 20 volleyball teams. We have Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts. We have Cub Scouts, all of them more than 300 folks. And so all in all together, we have 2,100 members that go through our doors, basically. And most of them are on a bi-weekly fashion.
So 2,100, thank you very much.
And thank you for both Commissioner Gabrielli and Ann Grabian for the kind remarks regarding the late Armand Gregorian. We miss him as well, and we can't walk through those halls without feeling his presence with us.
Yeah, and I just wanted to say he represented the organization so well before this committee for so many years, and with his passion and determination to keep the organization moving forward and keep serving especially the youth and the population that it serves. So it was very sad news when we heard of his untimely passing. So I know that it's not just when we say his family, it's really a very, very large family, because it's all of Hominid Men and even beyond that, in terms of the feelings and the effect of his loss in the community. Mr. Garibian, questions?
Just want to make sure, are we, the North Campus project, is that pretty much withdrawn or not talked about, or because we talked about the main campus?
That is correct, sir. The North Campus has been removed from this project.
Just wanted to have it on the record. Thank you.
Mr. Avedisian, you have a question?
Yes. Good morning, Mr. Abulian. I want to echo, first of all, with my colleagues, for absence of Mr. Gregorian. He was really in a essential part. I think the community, our family, and also in our CDBG meetings. He was always present and was very well present at the association, your organization. My question is, or thoughts, I know you have a few different projects right now that it's in the process in the different levels and different rooms that you're waiting for some approvals from the LACD or whatnot. So I'm wondering, will you be able to take on an additional project and get it done on timely matter and not spending, understanding with the COVID and all that issue that caused some of the delays? Would you be able to complete this project on a timely matter amongst with all other projects that you have?
Thank you. We share your concern, although we're actually going to use this as an opportunity to jump forward and because we have, even though with COVID, the facility itself has been shut down, we've actually moved our activities outdoors. And we have set up a basketball court outdoors where most of the individual training and so forth are still able to go on. And so now we feel as if we have a golden opportunity where the center is not being used on a daily basis, and we can incorporate a lot of these improvements into our schedule. We're actually hoping, in regards to the dividers, that gets done over the next couple of weeks, which would be a jump start in these projects.
And what about, I had a similar question. What about the other projects? I mean, we are coming up on some, timing issues with regard to the funds. that were allocated. So then do you have a single project manager that is looking at all these different projects, or how are you coordinating?
Thank you for the question. We have, most of our managers are volunteers. And so we're allocating different projects to the different volunteers. So it's been a little bit of a challenge, especially with the hiccup that we had with the city of Los Angeles in regards to the permits. From what our understanding is that once we get the divider process going, then we anticipate that the rest of the project should be a little bit of a smoother issue. But to go back to your question, every single project does have an allocated volunteer member.
Okay. Any, Ms. Gabrielian?
Sorry, just a quick clarification. You have two sets of financial ratios under Exhibit 3. Can you explain? I don't see why two sets. What's the difference between that? This isn't your response to the weaknesses.
Oh, I see. So
at first I thought it might be the main campus and the North Campus, but now you're saying that the North Campus is totally out, so.
Correct. So the project is only going to be at the main campus. Which weakness number are you? I have that handout right in front of me here.
Okay.
With our response.
Behind, let's see, at the end of your response, it's Exhibit 3. It's written in Exhibit 3 in handwriting for two sets of ratios, and I don't know which one. It's not titled which one is the main campus and which one is the North Campus. I don't know which one to look at.
If I may, I'm thinking that the colorful one is the revision, because the black and white one that you're looking at, the one that has 0.39 for the depth ratio.
Yes.
It starts with 0.39. I think that might be the old one, because that was what was originally submitted by the agency. So I'm guessing the one that now is 0.34 is probably the revision.
Okay, thank you. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Also, if I may add, committee member Quinones Gabrielian, both North and South Campus, the financial ratios reflect all of RDOT's chapters.
Lumped in, okay.
It's a complete, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? And I may have missed this in the beginning when you were speaking, Dr. Aboulian. I was looking at one of your, the month's proposal, and it had 187 for the 6 restrooms, plus a 10% contingency. And the amounts that, so is that the 200, that's the 206?
Correct.
But then you added another 20,000 on contingency on top of that.
Yeah, as part of the weaknesses, this was added on thereafter. It was adjusted for permits and design. So we're going to be paying for the permits and design, which was the 20,350 total.
Okay, so the actual request from CDBG is the 206,518?
Correct.
Okay. That makes sense now. Okay, any other questions?
Just
yes, Mr. Garibian.
Dr. Aboulian, the sewer problem was already part of the initial, or there was the upgrade of it, and then the sewer problem came up later on?
The sewer problem has has been there since the 1960s, from what we understand. However, it's been identified more recently over the last couple of years.
So your initial code that we had, the 187 before,
correct. That is
was already included.
Correct. Correct.
Just want to make sure. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, if there are no other questions, we'll move on to our next one. Thank you, Dr. Aboulian. Appreciate all the great work that Home Enactment does in our community.
Thank you.
Okay, next agency, please.
Next agency is Lark Musical Society for the Lark Cultural Annex Studios project. And with us is Ashok Kartalian, Andy Tarosian, and Haiti Tarosian. I apologize if I mispronounced your name.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
You can go ahead and proceed with your overview of your project. We've obviously received all the paperwork in advance of everything that you submitted.
Great. I would like to start by thanking everyone for your time and for this opportunity to present our project to you. Please allow me to start by sharing a little bit of background information on Lark Musical Society. Lark is truly a gem in the heart of Glendale. It's been serving the community for more than 30 years now, and so many of us have enjoyed what it does. Lark Musical Society is a nonprofit California corporation that operates a classical music school, and it's dedicated to serving the children of Glendale and passing on the gift of classical music, and also affords them an opportunity to bring their skills to life in live performances with world-class performers. Lark specifically has 3 departments. Education, for more than 30 years, thousands of kids have come by and received a Lark classical music education. Lark also offers armenological studies, a dance troupe, and also does a summer day camp to serve the community. Lark has curated more than 1,000 events through its performance division, and the events bring to life classical music performances with world-class performers, and that allows the community to come together around the beauty of classical music. Lark also has a publication department which has created more than 50 new classical music works. Lark also publishes books and musical recordings. Lark truly has made Glendale stand out in the world of classical music, and our Dilijan Chamber Music Series receives critical acclaim from prestigious papers like the LA Times. We believe Lark is very vital to the Armenian community in Glendale, and it helps us supplement our children's educations, especially because so many of our students are public school students, and they need classical music and other enrichment programs outside of the public school systems. So we're proud to be able to offer them to our students. And for many of the students, we do help subsidize the tuition through our generous support from our donors. Lark's current campus has served Lark for more than 15 years, I apologize, in the heart of Glendale on Arden Street. And it's in a vital need for capital improvements. As some of you may know, a few years ago, the state of California endorsed Lark with a $500,000 grant to make capital improvements. And we asked our donors for support to add to the pot, and we were able to start our capital improvement project this year. We obtained permits from the city of Glendale and have broken ground. Our capital improvements project has 3 phases. Part 1 was focused on the exterior, the parking and handicap access, which is complete. Part 2 is to renovate the interior of one of the buildings. In total, there's about 11,000 square foot of space that we enjoy at Lark. 4,000 square feet is part of phase 2 that we are improving. If you have been to the Lark campus, that was historically a warehouse, and it's in need of improvements, and that's what we're focusing on for phase 2. Upgrading things like HVAC, windows, walls, ceilings, bathrooms, electrical, plumbing, and really helping us expand our reach and our facility to be able to house more students and allow more people to come and enjoy what LARC brings to life in the community. Phase 3 of our project is to upgrade the remaining portion of LARC, which is about 7,000 square feet of building space. The current COVID situation really brought a flashlight to the need for capital improvements, especially because we need upgrades in classrooms, airflow, electrical, bathrooms, kitchen. We're even planning to install solar panels, and we have a donor who's paying for that and will make those upgrades to install solar on the LARC premises, which will help us going forward. But the COVID situation has also made things difficult for us in terms of enrollment. We're not able to open our doors, so a lot of our students now only can participate in online courses. We've discovered some of the students actually don't have pianos at home. They also don't have access to computers readily, so it makes them hard to participate. Notwithstanding all of that, we still have over 100 students enrolled in our online program. We're also noticing how COVID has really hurt the economy, and our donor base is not able to donate at historic levels. And so when we discovered this opportunity to request for funding from CDBG, we embraced it, and we are asking for help to complete out our capital improvement project. We have submitted a lot of our information to you already, and I really would like to thank you all for giving us your consideration, and I would encourage you to invest in LARC to keep its operations going in the heart of Glendale. I think the community really has embraced LARC for more than 30 years, and we would welcome any support you guys can give to help us bridge the gap for our project.
Great. I think we'll move into questions, and then we can answer, kind of get more clarity on things with questions. Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Torosian. Mr. Avedisian, you had a question.
Yes, good morning and welcome. As always, we appreciate all the new agencies to participate in with their projects or programs. So it's a good thing that we have a new agency asking for some help from CDBG. I'm not sure who it is, but there is a, yes, there's a background.
Yes, maybe if the agency has, like, if they're live streaming the video, like if you can mute it, or if there's any other device they have to do.
We're getting an echo. So if anyone's live streaming it, that's also on the WebEx, you'll have to mute the live stream so that it doesn't create an echo.
I think it's gone.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Avedisian.
With that said, a couple of things I want to mention, and then I have a couple of questions. First of all, you mentioned that you're serving the community, but mainly Armenian students or Armenian partners. First of all, most importantly, you need to know, and you need to make sure of it, that CDBG funds are for entire community and community at large, regardless of Armenian or not. So we encourage you, and we want to make sure that you do market and make sure you have students outside of the Armenian-only community. So that is very crucial for CDBG funding and HUD funding that comes through. With that said, I was looking at your project and your purpose of use, 3 projects. In the third project that you're asking for funding for 600, if I'm not mistaken, $608,742. Is that still the same number?
Yes, that is correct. It is still 608,742 for the third phase.
Nothing changed on that. Okay. From what I understand and the numbers and how it's presented, you are asking for 100% of your project on the phase 3. I know and I see that in the weaknesses, and that you answered the question that you're only requesting 31% of the project, but that you're considering the entire project of all 3 phases. However, each phase is looked at individually when it comes to CDBG. So for us at this point, we don't consider the phase 1 and 2 in the whole project as the percentage of leverage and percentage I was asking. So at this point, you're asking the CDBG for 100% of your project without any leverage from your organization. With that said, knowing that the budget is very limited on our end, at the CDBG end, and what we have received, how would you phase out or organize your numbers or the project in order to, if we are able to fund you at any level, what would you cut out of this project to make it more feasible that we may be able to fund you at this point? Thank you.
If I could clarify, I think what Mr. Avedisian is saying is the project able to be phased? I know you mentioned 3 phases already in it, but phased from a funding perspective because of the limitation of funds that we have, generally speaking, but especially this year.
This is Andy Terosian. Thank you, Member Avedisian and Member Armenian, for clarifying. I do want to just highlight, we're actually proud to mention that LARC does have support and attendance by Armenian families. We also have non-Armenian families who come through LARC. We actually have our highlight is a family from Orange County who's a Chinese family, and both of their sons came through LARC. They drove from Orange County to Glendale to attend LARC, and our instructors make all the classes available in English, not just Armenian, and they're actually one of our biggest supporters. And so we do make every effort to promote the school as a music school. And because we're in Glendale, naturally, a large percentage of our students are Armenian, and families that support are Armenian. So I just want to clarify that. Secondly, in regards to the project, I think the way we can try to phase the project, I don't want to kind of have this be a circular reference where, you know, if we break it up into 2 phases, then each phase standing on its own would face the same problem. So to us, it's, you know, if you look at LARC, it's an 11,000 square foot facility. So let's look at the 7,000 square foot piece, because we've been able to successfully fundraise for phase 1 and 2. So LARC and its donor base, with the help of the state of California, was able to tackle the $1.4 million project, and California provided $500,000 of support for it. This phase 3 portion, if we looked at it by itself, is for 7,000 square foot of improvement. The price tag on that is about $600,000. What we're asking for is support for that leg of the project. I'm confident we can fundraise for that specific piece of it. If CDBG can help us in that effort, it would go a long way towards our donor base being energized to contribute towards that project as well. If you're asking us for what percentage, I would tell you that given our experience I think we should be able to fundraise up to about $300,000 over the next 12 to 18 months for such a project. That can be a realistic goal for LARC, but given the fact that the project is in process and the city is working with us and we have permits and the contractors are working, we would like to keep the momentum going and bring the project to resolution. So if you would entertain being a 50% partner in this project with us, we would welcome that and feel that it would be possible to bring it to a conclusion. But without any help, we wouldn't be able to just, simply break ground and spend a couple $100,000 and leave the project unfinished.
Okay. Can I ask Maggie just a question, a technical question, given what Mr. Torosian just said, where they would be able to fundraise over the 12 to 18 months period for half the amount. How does that mesh with the HUD requirements in terms of timing of expenditure funds allocated from CDBG?
That's a very good question, Chair Armenian. The time frame that it'll take us to execute contracts with LARC, get through the environmental review, and really get started on a bidding with a construction company usually takes almost a year. So they would probably be in range of getting their donations set and for us to do our contracts. The only caveat might be in their budget that they won't be able to place the funding source, which is fine as long as we know that they can handle that portion of it.
Okay, I just wanted to know that technical detail. Obviously, this is all contingent upon if we were to allocate funds, but I wanted to know kind of how that meshes with the HUD side of the equation on funding requirement, timing requirements having to do with HUD funding. Other questions from committee members? Ms. Quinones Gabrielian.
I saw Ronnie's hand go up first.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. Yeah.
It doesn't matter, please. I'll do.
Okay, thank you. All right. First of all, Mr. Torosian and company, thank you for being here. I think we all appreciate the beauty and the benefit of classical music and everything else that LARC brings to our community. I'm very curious about how you go about doing outreach and who in the Glendale community, what organizations you collaborate with.
So we have a very vibrant website and a Facebook presence. And so a lot of our events are promoted through the website and Facebook, especially the Chamber Music Series. We also place ads in papers, including the LA Times, and we've placed ads in Aspares and many of the other local papers, including Glendale News Press. The other organizations we've partnered with to bring concerts to life include the AMAA and AGBU. And the way that works is typically there will be an event that's noteworthy and the community has a desire to get together to commemorate such events. For example, we've taken part in this Syrian refugee crisis situation when the Syrian war happened, and we helped bring to life a concert. We also helped bring to the community 100 events to commemorate the 100th anniversary of the Armenian genocide. And we also did a concert to commemorate the 10th anniversary of 9/11. So typically we'll curate events based on important community incidents or occasions, and we'll partner also with the broader organizations that are part of the community and try to make it a collective effort.
Any work with GUSD, our Glendale Unified School District?
Not at this time, committee member Quinones. We have thought about ways to integrate or create things like competitions where, for example, if we did a performance competition or a composition competition, then we would invite any classical music performer to come participate, but we haven't been able to launch that yet. It's been impacted, obviously, with all the other things going on in the community around COVID, but that is definitely in the works, I would tell you, because we do think that there's a community around classical music, and it's a language that speaks to everyone, and we see it as a unifying force to bring the community together.
I'd like to add that most of the students that LARC serves come from the GUSD system. So all of the performances that are done with the children's choirs and individual performances, the dance group that has over 60 students, they all mostly come from the GUSD system. So when we're talking about collaboration, we do serve them, and they are collaborating in a way of performing on stage and getting education.
Okay, that's good. I have one final question, if that's okay, Chairman?
Sure.
Okay, the phase 3 includes the sound, what do you call it?
The recording studios.
The recording studios. And I know that you plan to invite artists and companies to rent new and professionally state-of-the-art recording studio. And I wondered if that is at a regular market rate, or is that at a non-profit rate that would allow the community who, starting artists who are in need of a subsidized environment. Is that going to be a possibility, or what are you thinking of there?
Yeah, so that's actually one of the most exciting parts of our project is to, if you think about students, like LARC, for example, is a 10-year music academy. So like if you think of LARC and what it does in the city of Glendale, it's a classical music school. So it's not just a piano lesson, and it's a 10-year academy. And in the later years of your music education, you learn music composition. And one of the things we don't have is the ability to capture and record and promote that music that the students can compose and create. So bringing the recording studio to life will not only serve the LARC students, but any student who's interested in, writing, performing, and composing classical music. And we absolutely plan on making that available and accessible to the community. And we do envision having different rental rates depending on if it is a student who demonstrates need. We absolutely will accommodate that, just like we've done to all our students. And if it is a third party who wants to record and they have more means, that would be a more commercial rate. But for the students, and you'll notice this as well when we promote our concerts, we often make the concerts free for attendance for students. Mm-hmm. And that's what we've historically done. And so we plan on, releasing a similar model around the recording studio aspect.
Thank you.
We want to add to this that our own daughter, when she was applying for her college application process to build her resume, she had some experiences outside of LARC, of course, to record her own music. And it was very beneficial for her resume to showcase that. And we noticed in our late graduates for the past 5 years, there has been an inclination to go into music movie academy, where they want to pursue a career in writing music for movies. So it will become very, very beneficial for them to kind of fulfill that need and help them build their resumes as well.
Well, you're certainly in the right area. We are surrounded by movie studios and recording studios, and I mean that's the industry. We're in that hub right here. So I'm looking for ways to interact or collaborate or grow or open it up to the larger community. So thank you.
Thank you. We need to move it along. Mr. Garabian, you had your hand up previously.
Yes. Thank you so much for the presentation. I'm familiar with your work. Clark is one of the great schools to teach our young and get them involved with music in general, which is a very important aspect of any individual. How many members do that serve now? I couldn't find it. I went through all the pages. Maybe I missed it, but I looked at it a few times. I couldn't find. What's the average number of members, total amount of members?
Are we talking students?
Students.
Students. We have pre-COVID, we had about 200 students. That includes our the bass, the music school, the dance, Davir dance, about 60 students, and the armenological studies, which are offered to older students. So summer camp itself actually has a different base. Most summer camp students come from, there are students that are not the typical base group, and the range for a weekly range for summer camp could be from the lowest is 80 students per week. It could go up to 140 students per week. And when the numbers increase, there is a huge need for additional classrooms because we want to keep the groups small so that we could have serve them all.
So how many you said per week, so how many total though, on average?
Well, let me put it this way. Let me just, on the non-summer, you said 200 is your average. And in summer, how many weeks are we talking? 6 weeks, 8 weeks?
Typically after the school, so June, 11 June, I think, is when the schools end in the Glendale district until August 19, I think, when they start. So within it's about 10 weeks. We can average 100 at least.
100, okay.
Per week.
100 a week, so about 10 weeks. So you do about 1,000 just for summer, but then you have 200 on a yearly basis.
Yes, 9 months. Mm-hmm.
All right. How many paid employees you guys have, including directors and so on and so forth?
So we have our entire staff is about 30 members, which includes the staff. It includes all of the faculty. That's pretty much it with the school aspect of it, with the teachers. Of course, when we talk about the performance branch, it depends every year because we work with many different musicians depending on how many concerts and events we will be putting together. But for the education, I would say we have a solid 30 members between faculty and staff.
These are paid members?
Yes.
Okay. On $562,000 tuition, how much of this is the summer program and how much of it is annual? Do you have a breakdown of that? Or should I say how much is the 200 students pay? Because you have tuitions, am I correct?
That is correct. I can say roughly the summer day camp brings in about $100,000 to $150,000 worth of tuition on a yearly basis. So everything else will be from the music school.
But 380,000 paid by the 200 and 130,000 paid by the 1,000.
That is correct, because the 200 are paying for the 9 to 10 month period of the year. The 130 to 50 happens within that 8 to 10 week period.
So that puts it about $1,900 a student per year, the $200 ones. So about $150 a month. Is that what your tuition fees are? Am I calculating it correctly, roughly?
Our tuition now has been about at around $200 a month, I will say, for the music education portion. But it is definitely worth noting that from the summer program that we've mentioned, although we're averaging 100 students a week, a lot of those students will be recurring students as well. So it's hard to say that it will be 1,000 separate students. I would say, so it's a lot easier to break down that way.
Excellent. So the $200 a month for the average, isn't that a little bit above low-income housing budget? I mean, for low-income families, $200 a month for just the music school, isn't that stiff a little bit? I'm just thinking, speaking strictly monetarily for low-income housing in the families.
I don't know if Andy would want to step in. To be honest, I wouldn't say it is for the program that we are actually offering, because unlike other music programs where you only receive, let's say, a lesson, in our program, we offer such a full music comprehension program that I'll be honest, anyone that actually reaches out and graduates our 10-year program, they breeze through their entire college if they do decide to pursue music or anything. So we are essentially offering an entire college education, except it's spread over a 10-year period instead of a 4-year period that would be. But it is
it's mainly for the privilege and luxury. Okay.
And Assembly Member Garibian, if I may, I do want to stress that the $200 a month is for the instrument lesson, which can range from 45 minutes to an hour. Plus, it's 6 to 8 hours of class time on Saturday. And so when you add all that up and break it down by months, it's akin to paying like minimum wage. And so the other thing I'll mention is that's also why we say we subsidize the education. It ends up costing us twice that amount to actually keep the school going and pay the faculty and pay the overhead. So we've historically, so for up until the year 2015, the average had been around 150 per month. And given how difficult things became, because we never did cost of living adjustment, it's now come up to about 200 a month. And we feel that's a fair price. And we've noticed how our student base reacts to it. So we feel that's an amount that people are able to afford with the help we give to help bridge the gap. Otherwise, it would be more like 500 to keep it going.
Okay, thank you. Next, I had the million change is the construction budget you guys have given us, which you're looking for about 600,000. The difference you say through fundraisings. Have you done the fundraising, or are you going to do it after you get funding from CDBG or any other sources?
So the total budget is 2 million. $1.3 million is already raised.
Is raised. Okay.
Yeah, and we're short 600. And from that 600, over the next 18 months, based on our past history and experience, we think we can raise the 300. But the one thing I'll mention is COVID has an absolute impact on that. So if we can't gather, it's going to be much more difficult to do that on an online type environment. But we're going to do our best effort to get it there.
So, because you mentioned this earlier too, I think you were asked by Ms. Gabrielian that if you don't get the funding, you will not start the project. So the $1.3 million will be parked in your accounts until you get the remaining 600,000. Is that correct?
So the $1.3 million will be deployed. Phase 1 and 2 will be complete. Phase 3, which is the 600, will not start until we get the 300, and then we can raise the other 300 to finish that phase 3 project, which costs 600 total.
And it will not affect your classes or anything like that, but not finishing. And last question, I'm so sorry, it's just you say you have almost 30 employees, paid employees, and I see your payroll tax is only 11,000. I don't see payroll, but I see outside contractors. Is that what your payroll is? Who's outside contractors for $367,000.
That's correct. I will say that although we're mentioning that we have 30 members in our staff and faculty, half of them are official employees that we have, and the other half do work as independent contractors because they don't necessarily have locked in the same number of hours on every month. You know, different staff members help out when we're doing much more bigger projects, a lot more. So I would say half of our staff and faculty do still work as independent contractors, which is why they're in that outside contractor category.
So I see here employee wages, 186,000. Is that for the 15 people?
Yes, it should be. If it's under the employee wages.
It says employee wages, 186,000. Am I correct? Am I looking at the right line? Yeah. So if it's 186,000 for 15 employees, that puts you about 12,000 a month. So each employee gets $700-800 a month in average.
If you were to average it out, I would say maybe. I haven't honestly done the averaged out math to see how much each employee would be, but there are very many different rates. I'll be honest, because it's a different rate.
How much does the director gets paid?
The director of the entire organization gets 5,000.
Well, if it's 186, if it gets 5,000 and 186,000 is total, and he gets 60,000 out of that, that barely leaves any money to pay another 15 people. And this is not the contracts; these are full-time employees, not counting the contracts.
A lot of the faculty, they aren't necessarily full-time employees. They also still work on an hourly basis. So it depends on how many hours they're teaching that month. But the teachers that are working on a consistent monthly basis, it might be, we have some employees that make, less than $400 a month. We have some other employees that are averaging around $600, $700 a month. We have a few others that are maybe getting in the 1,000 range. So as far as the faculty, which is the majority of the employees, they have more rates in that region. The staff, who is much more full-time, they are the ones that have closer to, let's say, a $2,000.
And how many people are those?
So as far as the staff that are employed, I will tell you 1, 2, 3, 4 staff members.
4 staff, including the director?
Director, 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm sorry, 5. 5
including director. So if it's 4 of them at $2,000 a month, that's 8,000 a month times 12. That's 96,000. 60,000 for the director. That's 156. So that's without the contractors, just not the other 10 people that they're teachers. All right. Thank you so much. These were my questions. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Garabian. Ms. Alexanian, you had your hand up previously. You still have a question?
Yes, thank you, Chair Armenian. One thing I wanted to ask is, I know the question came up about the rates and whether they were reasonable for low-income families, but I just wanted to give them the opportunity to say, do you have a scholarship program? So if you do have a family that does come to you and they're not able to benefit from your services because they can't pay the $200, do you have a scholarship program that you would be able to offer that family? Because with CDBG funds, as we know, because we're not allowed to turn away families if the program or the center is funded through CDBG funds. So you would need to be able to accommodate those. So I just wanted to give you that opportunity to mention that program if you have one.
I can go ahead and step in and say we definitely do. We have a good percentage of our students who get a specific amount of scholarship, whether it's they get 25% of their tuition paid for, 50%, or even some their entire tuition covered because of either their situation or based off of their merits that they've earned. So we definitely have multiple scholarship programs this way that we implement to our students. I think when Andy talks about the average of subsidizing, that each student on average costs us about $200, that does include certain portions of that. You know, I will say there are students that are paying 0. You know, there are students that are paying 100. You know, that does exist in our thing. So we absolutely are listening to our community and seeing what we can offer them, because at the end of the day, it's for them that we're doing this.
That was actually my question too. So thank you, Ms. Alexandrian, for asking that. But I wanted to go just a little bit deeper on that if I could. I know you mentioned so different students might get subsidized. Is that based primarily on income need? Is that catering to low income households, or are there other things mixed in there as far as scholarship? Because you mentioned merit, so that's why I wanted to ask that follow up.
It does in fact include both. Any families that show us difficulty or they ask us for help, we do ask them to fill out an aid form, a tuition aid form, so we can understand their family financial status and see what kind of percentage of a discount or what kind of scholarship we can offer them. But the merits, of course, exist because we also want to encourage that in our students. So we highlight, you know, certain shining students of the month programs, these things that eventually add up to them seeing how their merit ends up turning into a scholarship for them. So a bit of both, I would say.
So out of the 200 that are like your, let's say full-time, not full-time, but meaning throughout the year students versus the 1,000 or so that might be doing the camp, what percentage based on low income are being provided scholarships, or what number, if you could somehow quantify the amount of benefit back to those kinds of students?
It's again, it's a little hard to say. I almost want to say, just roughly speaking, maybe 25 to 30% of our students receive some kind of a discount, be it a full scholarship, be it some kind of thing. This is beyond the regular discounts we offer of like sibling discounts or, you know, let's say a faculty relation discount. We have other types of discounts, but apart from that, I would say 25 to 30% of our conservatory program, the 10-month program students that we do, usually those, I would say the percentage is maybe half of that for the summer program. I would say much less scholarships and things given for the summer program, maybe to about 10% of the students, 10 to 15%.
But the 25 to 30%, for example, for the conservatory, is that all based on low-income demographics?
No, I would say maybe 2/3 on the low income and 1/3 on the merit based off of that. But again, in that 25% or 30% of the students, some will get massive scholarships, some will get smaller scholarships. That kind of includes everything.
Okay. Yeah, appreciate all these, you're answering it, all these questions. I know there's been a lot, but you know, we are, as I've been trying to mention in last week's session, and really this is for all our agency partners. All the organizations are, of course, valued in our community at large, that we have very limited funds, so we have to kind of dig into some of these sorts of details in order to make some qualitative assessments on where we can provide support and how we can stretch these dollars, because we can't support everything given the amount of requests. So do appreciate your and apologize in a way for all the questions. I don't want you to think that any particular agency is being singled out.
No, of course.
We have a lot of questions we got to get answered because of the limitation in funds. It's not a reflection on the value of the organization to our community, and certainly we all know the great role that LARC plays in the community in terms of you know, filling that gap on music education that, you know, exists out there with our youth. So really appreciate that. Any last questions so we can move on?
I just wanted, Chair, just implement on what you said. The fact that you guys are a new agency, that's why we have a lot more questions. The other agencies we're familiar with for years to come, that's where the questions are less. So nothing towards you guys, as just our chair mentioned, specifically because it's new, we're trying to understand more, that's all.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Any last questions Ms. Quinones Gabriele, and I think you had your hand up before. I don't know if you still have a question.
No, Miss Alexanian asked exactly, and you elaborated on exactly what I wanted to understand.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. Appreciate you applying as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
I know we're behind on schedule, number one, but I also wanted to, do we need a bio break or anything like that before we move on to the next one? Okay.
Yes, please.
Okay, can we come back at 11:25, please, in 5 minutes? If that's
5 minutes.
Yep, 5 minutes.
Maggie, can I ask you a question while we're breaking?
Chair Armenian, members of the committee, we are back on the air. Yes, we are back on the air. Chair
Great,
Armenian.
thank you very much, Iris Zanku, Armenian, Chair of the Community Development Block Grant. Yes? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We're just not able
Can you
to
hear
speak,
me?
but we can hear you.
We can hear you.
Yeah, it looks like my video is frozen. I hope I don't have to reboot. Give it a minute, 1 second. Well, I can hear everyone if I have to come back.
We can see you again.
Okay, good. Welcome back to the Community Development Block Grant Advisory Committee special meeting for March 1st, 2021. We will continue with our agency interviews. Sorry, my computer's glitching out a little bit. As long as you can still hear me, we will proceed so I don't delay anyone.
Sure, the next agency is the Campbell Center for Capital Improvements to, and I apologize for mispronouncing it, Gojin House. And with us we have David Fields and Nancy Nabruj. Okay, and you may proceed with your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you for the introduction. Maggie, I want to thank the committee for this opportunity. I do want to say before we get too deep into this, it's been a pleasure working with Maggie and the city staff. They do a wonderful job. Great customer service. I am the executive director of the Campbell Center. Nancy Nibruji is the deputy executive director, and this is kind of going to be a tag team. I want to kind of give an overview of the organization, and Nancy will talk more about the specifics. So we kind of overlapping here a little bit with the three projects, but I want to start off just talking about a little bit of history about the Campbell Center. Started in 1954 by Jerry and Phyllis Campbell for their daughter who had Down syndrome. So a lot of people still think of us as the Glendale Association for the Retarded. And the name was changed about 4 or 5 years ago to the Campbell Center. We support individuals, adults with Down syndrome, autism, cerebral palsy, epilepsy, and less common forms of disabilities. The city of Glendale has been very, very supportive of us with our three houses. In 1985, we opened up our first house, the Hamilton House, with the support of the city of Glendale. In 1991, our second house was the Alma House. And then in 1999 was our Gauguin House. These are all within, a mile of each other. Very, very, right there on the bottom of the hill there in Glendale. Ironically, when we opened up each one of those houses, the NIMBYism was quite strong, and there was a lot of pushback in the local community about us opening those houses for each individual house. But the city of Glendale stood behind us, and now those three houses are just part of the fabric of that community. We support a very diverse population. Total, we support 20 residents who are supported by funding that comes from the federal government, through the state of California, through the regional center, to the Campbell Center. We pretty much break even with the funding that comes through. We do not have a lot left over after all is said and done. But it's a great program. We treat our residents with dignity and respect. We treat them with the same rights that we have. There's a law, the Latterman Act, that says that our clients, our residents, need to be treated with the same rights and responsibilities that everyone has in society. So the Hamilton House was the first one that was built. I'm going to start talking about the Gauguin. But I think, we may want to try to focus when we get to the Hamilton House, because that's where the greatest need is. The other houses have 6 people. Hamilton has 10, and it was the first one that was open and probably may have the greatest need. I'm going to hand this over to Nancy, and we'll kind of toggle back and forth here. Nancy.
Thank you, David, and thank you all again for this opportunity. So really, our 3 houses are in various states of repair and needing of renovation. I think prior to David and I arriving 18 months ago, the emphasis has been on repairs and maintenance, and not perhaps on really longer term and larger scale capital kind of projects. So we focus these 3 proposals on those sorts of projects. Our biggest need is probably to renovate the kitchens and bathrooms. We find that the shared spaces in these residential homes, they take the most wear and tear. You've got 6 to 10 residents in a home. It's those shared spaces that kind of bear the brunt of the wear and tear in a home. So let me tell you a little bit about what we requested with Gauguin specifically. It has 1 accessible bathroom. One of our goals is to make sure each house has an accessible bathroom, especially for residents who have cerebral palsy. It's very helpful for them to have a shower stall they can roll right into. Gauguin House has one, but it's in bad need of repair. Again, like a lot of all 3 of the home's bathrooms, they were not originally constructed with this kind of high use. They weren't tiled with tiled wainscoting and things that might protect it. So we've got a lot of dry rot issues, honestly. Our drywall has taken a brunt of that, and that walk-in shower needs some work. The kitchen is also in need of renovation. It's older, worn cabinets. It's got chipped vinyl flooring in the kitchen. We'd like to install ADA compliant cabinets, which are a little bit more universal design height, should we get a wheelchair resident. We do not have one now, but looking forward, that's always a possibility. The Gauguin House, although in generally pretty good repair, it has carpeted hallways, and those are very hard to keep clean with 6 residents, and we're seeking to replace that with laminate. That's kind of a long-term goal of keeping it sanitary for our residents. The exterior and the roof are in pretty good repair for Gauguin, but the HVAC unit is near its end of its life, and we'd like to take this opportunity to replace it. We'd also like to add rain gutters and downspouts to prevent some unnecessary water damage. And the concrete driveway is in bad need of repair. We did forward some pictures along with our bid. I hope you have access to that so you can see some of the issues that I'm describing. I would say that the flooring and the air conditioning are our biggest ticket items with the Gauguin House. However, renovating those 2 resident baths probably would be the highest quality of life repairs that need to be done. With COVID, our residents are home more than ever. Unlike our other agencies that kind of had to take a break or shut down during the pandemic, our residents have been home more than ever. And so providing a comfortable quality home is more important than ever for our clients right now. That's kind of an overview of the Gauguin House repairs, and we're open to questions. Or if this committee would prefer, we can talk about the different proposals. It's clear based on what we're hearing from the other agencies that some prioritization may need to happen, and we are absolutely open to that.
Committee members, sorry, I was just about to say, Committee members, it seems like our chair is having some technical difficulties and is not with us at this time. If I could ask Vice Chair Garibian to take over presiding over the meeting until his return, we would appreciate that.
Sure. Thank you for the presentation. Let's move on to questions if any of the members have questions.
I have some questions.
Member Odyssean, go ahead.
Good morning. Welcome. Thank you for the presentation. We understand that your needs for all three properties are really high. And I see from the picture and the proposals that there's so many disrepairs and things that need to be taken care of right away. One of my concerns or questions is, first of all, during your renovation of any of the properties, any of the homes, will your clients, I think you call them, will they be vacated from the place, or they will still be at the house while you're doing your remodeling repairs?
In our conversations, that's an excellent question. When we considered, in our conversations with the contractor, he felt that this can be staged and still meet the timeline of the grant period. We just would not be able to renovate all those bathrooms of two bathrooms at the same time. We'd have to stage those renovations. So the 2 bathrooms kitchen, should we be lucky enough to receive funding for all that we're requesting, would have to be staged. But we would not have to move out residents in order to do that.
I see. One of the items actually on the Kogan house I was looking at, and it's to me is a concern. I noticed in the kitchen you mentioned that the linoleum flooring, vinyl flooring, has to be replaced, and it seems to me from the pictures the age of the flooring is pretty old, and most of the linoleum floorings back then they had asbestos in them. So I don't see anything budgeted in your budget in that regards. If you need to remove it, and if it's an asbestos, so it needs to be taken care of in a different manner. So I would suggest that you would look into it or ask your contractor if that's already included in the project, because as we all know, asbestos is not a good thing to have, especially when it's touched. As long as you don't touch it, you don't break it, you're fine. Once you touch it, you break it, that's a big issue. It could be a big issue. One other question. Ronnie, one other question. Again, I don't want to go one by one. I think the question will be general. All three projects need major funding from us, pretty much almost 100% funding. Do you anticipate, based on our budget today, what we have, do you anticipate to leverage any of it? Do you have any funds that you can leverage any of the project on your own? Because if you're asking for almost 100% of each project, it's going to be tough, because obviously we don't have the funding. I wish we did, and I would love to fund all the projects at once. What would be your strategy, or how would you work it out?
Well, I think, and this is, I'll take a crack at that. When we went through and we filled out the application, we specifically asked, how much we needed to put in, and basically what we put in was to cover some of the, the cost of permitting and what have you. We don't have the available funds to provide more leveraging than that. And if we were to try to take that route, it's really something we'd have to take to our finance committee to get their blessing. But the original intent was to just purely leverage those funds that were necessary for permitting and the environmental testing. I'm being honest with you.
No, thank you. Appreciate it. That's all we ask.
Okay.
That's all for me.
Anyone? Yes, Mr. Ms. Gabrielian, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. Thank you for presenting on these three very important homes and priority programs for our community. I have a question. I don't know how much to get into the details, but I do have a question. Are there any special circumstances with the home? Is it one structure, or is it two structures, and that's why we need two separate AC units? I mean, the total 8 tons is almost twice what you would need for 2,600 square feet.
I believe it's because the home was added onto, so there's a whole back half of the house that has a separate unit apart from the original unit that was cooling the front of the house. I believe that's what the contractor explained.
And Nancy, let me clarify. I think that it wasn't Gogian that was. I think it's Hamilton that's got the that has the add-on in the bag. I think we still get billed separately from the city for electrical because it's still got two addresses there because the two houses were combined. Would that be a right interpretation, Nancy? It was really Hamilton that's got the two facilities.
Well, you're correct that that's a whole separate unit was merged, but Gogian still has an addition that was added to add those the extra bathroom and bedrooms in the back. So there was an addition to the original house on Gogian as well.
Thank you, Nancy.
Is there a way? I mean, I don't. There might be a way now that you've integrated that back part of the house and you're redoing the AC system to just redo the whole. What do you call those?
Docking.
Excuse me? Okay. Yes, the ducting work so that you can incorporate all of it in one, and maybe go to zones. I don't know, but something that might be much more because you've got twice as much as what is needed for that particular square footage. So from an initial investment as well as an ongoing usage of the air conditioning, it would make more sense to go to one and maybe do zones. So I'm just, and it's a substantial amount of the request. On the other, and I have to tell you, I'm just talking from personal experience. My daughter just did laminate flooring. I just finished installing laminate flooring in 2 apartments, and I'm looking at this. It's not separated between material and labor, and I realize the labor is equally as much as the material, but still I see an estimate that is at least 3 times more than what laminate flooring should be, whether it's commercial or in your own home. So it's pretty excessive there, and that's just another observation. I also wanted to get a sense and ask you to repeat, because I know you did it in your initial introduction, but you said prioritizing. If you were to prioritize what is most important for Gogian House, what would that be?
I think the bathroom repairs would improve the quality of life in an everyday fashion. Because of the high usage, I would prioritize the 2 bathrooms. I was going to say replacing the carpet with laminate, and I'm hoping you're right, that perhaps that is a very high quote. That was what the contractor provided. And hopefully when we go to bid, it would be something much less substantial. But that becomes an issue of the carpet gets stained and spilled on, and a lot more than your usual home carpet. So that was our motivation for moving the laminate. But I think those would be the 3.
Nancy, if I may, Committee Member Quinones Gabrielian, This is a very good point you bring up about the cost. Their contractor actually completed a YWCA project for us through CDBG most recently, and they were kind enough to give the Campbell Center a estimate for their 3 properties. That being said, they had the most recent and most updated prevailing wage Davis-Bacon rates. So they included that. So this is something that, again, the committee must be mindful of when funding. You have to take into consideration the prevailing wage rates. So that's a must. It's a HUD guideline. It's a requirement that will be part of their budget, and it will inflate the budget. So when you make funding recommendations, please take that into consideration.
Other questions? Mr. Garibian.
Hello, thank you for the presentation and the scope of work you guys do. It's tremendously appreciated. And me personally wish can help you guys in any way possible. And I'm a fan of you guys. So thank you so much for everything you guys are doing. I was going through the construction breakdown of Gonzalez Construction Company. And obviously that 9-pager, for example, on the Hamilton, I see a broken down front porch, labor material, interior house, and so on and so forth in the letter format that it's outlined. But the unfortunate part, which maybe this is something on CIPs moving forward, I gotta ask staff to ask the contractors to give us, for example, I'm looking at the budget on the Excel sheet. Replace kitchen is number 1 for 16,000. Then replace countertops for 5,000. Then the rest of it doesn't mention. Is that it? The kitchen 21,000. You're done with the kitchen. It doesn't break down how much of the kitchen expense is, because I'm going to assume some paint goes in it, some flooring goes in it. So unfortunately, this budget line item description that it has the first 2 lines about kitchen, then doesn't mention kitchen. So I'm going to guess with 21,000, you'll be done with Hamilton kitchen, which I doubt that's the number. I'm going to guess not. So it's a little bit very hard for me if I have to break down due to availability of funds, obviously. I'm sure you guys know that we're short $1.6 million to fund agencies. So and you say kitchens are priority. If I want to give you a kitchen project, I can't see in Hamilton how much is the kitchen cost. And that's a little bit, unless it's somewhere else, I don't see it. But from whatever I reviewed, it's more of lump sum in it, and it's mixed with the entire project versus, like for example, line 22, patch and paint 37,000. How much of that is the kitchen? How much of it is everything else? So I don't know those numbers. But overall, that's just something that makes it hard for us. If I have to give you portion, which we have with other agencies in the past, that we had, funded certain, if I'm not mistaken, YWCA, which had one of their buildings had a back building that they were going to add beds. I remember we funded only that portion versus the entire house because it was broken down in pieces that we could see that, hey, here's the bathroom, here's the kitchen, and do this and that. So that's the part that unfortunately doesn't help me. But if you do have some numbers in a other format you can share with us, that if you have a breakdown that we're not aware of, I'll be happy to hear it. Other than that, all the 3 projects, I reviewed them, very similar in style of numbers and all that stuff, and they're all needed. I don't doubt the project, but I wish I could have a breakdown of the pieces. Thank you so much. That's all my question.
So do we have the opportunity to come back with a revision, so to speak, with maybe greater clarification and greater breakdowns in the bids? Is that a possibility?
Unfortunately not, because we have to make some funding recommendations today. Obviously, these recommendations then go to City Council for final approval. However, I mean, the other way we often do it is we would say, well, we will fund a portion of, let's say, a proposal, a project, and then the agency would have to come up with a balance of that. And I think Mr. Garibian's request for the future is a very valid one, because I think, especially for larger proposals, because oftentimes we are usually in this circumstance of not having enough funds. I don't think we've ever had a circumstance where we had, more funds than we had proposals. So large proposals, if they could be broken down, that way it allows us to kind of phase some things and say, let's do this, and then next year the agency would come back for part 2 of that same project. And I recognize that sometimes there's efficiencies to be gained by a contractor being on site and dealing with everything once. So we have to balance that, because we certainly don't want the CDBG process to be driving up costs for our agencies in terms of the work they're trying to accomplish.
Yeah, because sometimes they overlap each other. Like the contractor says, if I'm painting, I can't just paint these 2 rooms. I got to bring staff. We understand there's some complications, but somehow they have an average, not the exact numbers. They can say this is how much for the kitchen and allocate like the plumber and all that stuff.
Before I go to another question, does staff have anything to add to what I said in answer to the question that was asked by the agency?
I think it's very clear that we need to make the recommendation today. Possibly if the agency has a project that is more important or pending as a whole, because there are 3 projects that they have submitted, maybe that's something that they could discuss further. That might be another possibility rather than breaking down one project.
Right. Ms. Quinones Gabrielian?
Yes, I asked earlier what was the priority for Gogian, and I know that Mr. Garibian was talking about the kitchen, but I wanted to clarify and just confirm and be very clear. Did you say it was the bathrooms?
As our priority at Gogian, yes.
The bathrooms, okay.
I believe the conversation moved to the Hamilton House kitchen, and he's absolutely right. The way the bid's written, the flooring and the painting are separate and in different line items, so you can't identify what's the cost within the kitchen. We have had conversations about prioritizing based again on what we've been observing here today. And it's very clear Hamilton House is our oldest house. It has the highest use with the most residents. If we needed to choose of the 3, we would prioritize the Hamilton House projects, which I haven't even actually presented on, but you have the bids there in front of you. I think of those, we would prioritize the 2 full bath and shower, the ADA bathroom remodel, interior patch and paint, and the new flat roof. Then the flooring and the HVAC on the back half of that house. That totals $155,522 as a priority for Hamilton House. But hopefully that might be more digestible given the funding limitations.
Could you repeat that 155?
Yeah, we can just see those numbers so we can look at it also.
All right, the Hamilton House breakdown. Number 5, number 6, number 7, and number 8. Then number 16 and number 17.
I'm sorry, is this on the budget you're looking at?
Yes. That worksheet where we itemize all of the budget costs and our leveraging amount, that sheet. That would be a doable amount for us to leverage and perhaps cover some of the costs that the city was not able to.
I apologize. Can you repeat those line numbers?
Not at all, not at all. Number 5, 2 full baths and shower. Remember, that's 2 bathrooms. The ADA bath, number 6. Number 7, interior patch and paint. Number 8, the new flat roof for the back half of the house. That is the one that was 2 separate addresses. Number 16, new laminate flooring in all the areas other than where the hardwood floor is. And number 17, which is the new HVAC for that back half of that house.
And then you're estimating that coming to, because I haven't done the math, at 155?
155, 522 was my back of the envelope amount.
Right, right.
Going through this, so. Yeah.
I was going to ask the question in a slightly different way, and first of all, apologies. My computer crashed in the middle of your presentation, so I had to reboot everything. So if I'm asking a repetitive question, my apologies. So one way to look at this is to say Hamilton is your priority out of the 3, and then within that, because it's such a large amount, this is what you just outlined is the priority within that if we were not able to fund the whole amount.
Correct.
A second approach is to say, you know, okay, your overall proposal is, you know, the 485. We can give you 200 of that, and then you would have to come up with the balance to finish that entire project off. And then the third approach is to say, well, if we can't do the 485 on that project, and let's say we could do the 197 on the other project or the 131, is that a, you know, which of these kind of approaches sounds better? Because we don't have a good enough feel for, you know, is the Hamilton at a crisis point in terms of its condition versus you're doing a prioritization, but, you know, you're also only doing part of it, and that starts to introduce inefficiencies potentially with contractors coming and going, as opposed to finishing a job, if you will, or finishing an entire project. I don't know if you have any reactions to any of the things I said.
I think I have a question, and that is, if you approve part of the Hamilton, does that commit us to having to then meet the full scope of the project through our own funding? In other words, does that automatically commit us to over 200,000?
Well, you can reduce the scope, kind of like you just did, right, with the 155. And so that would be, you know, we would factor that into the amount. So we would, let's say, consider and come back and said, okay, they said 155, so let's fund the 155 because the agency has said that that's the priority. If you're to say, well, Hamilton overall is the priority, we got to get it done, and you come in and we only give you partial of the 485, it does commit you to figuring out the balance, and there is a time frame in which the funds that we allocate must be spent. So you can't just park it and say we'll come back another year, or, you know, we'll figure something out over a lengthy period of time. So there are some of those challenges from a funding perspective. It's always cleaner to be able to say this is the project, these are the amounts that that CDBG is allocating. This is the amount the agency is leveraging from their perspective, and you get an approval on that, and then you move forward with that. Subsequent years, you can always come back to CDBG and say, here's project number 2. You know, let's say we fund one of these and completely. You come back another year, so here's the other 2 that were not funded. We still have that as a priority, unless you're obviously able to do it on your own in the meantime.
I would say, and Nancy, correct me if I'm wrong here, but Alma House is the second oldest. And since it's a pretty clean, sounds like we're in the $150,000, $200,000 range, then I guess our next priority would just be Alma House at the 197 and get that whole thing done. We do plan on coming back Okay, we plan on coming back until we get the whole thing done. Okay, I'll tell you that right. Okay, so, and we've learned some things here, so that's a good thing. We've learned some things for the subsequent process, but I would say that we would go, Nancy's shaking yes, I would say we go with the 197 at Alma.
Okay, that is very helpful, I think, and also, you know, I think again, you know, it allows you to say we've done an entire piece of something, as opposed to say, well, we got half of, you know, Hamilton done, we got to come back. It drags on, and I'm thinking about the end user and the, you know, the people who are, you know, experiencing it and living in that. You know, you don't want them to be in a constant state of construction either. That there are, you know, that's distressing and adds stress to one's life. Anyone who's dealt with construction and lived in construction would attest to that. And I just wanted to state on behalf of myself, you know, I think the work that you guys do in the community is really, really important. And so I thank you for applying, and, you know, we're happy to consider your requests, and we'll have to factor in what you just said. Any other questions from other committee members?
I just wanted to add, I'm sorry if I opened up can of worms, but actually it helps you probably moving forward and your decision making, because as Chair Armenia said, you know, that's a better decision from my experience again, but you guys know your own agency and buildings and clients, but finishing one project, put it aside versus keep having that dust and dirt going on because you finish one project. Now, in some cases, people don't have a choice. In your case, you have a choice. I think that's an excellent choice by finishing one project, one building, and then move on to the other one. So.
Yeah, the one thing I will say, just as a learning, is, you know, anytime the projects are really big, you know, the money we have available fluctuates. So anytime something is big, it's good to be able to have it in some defined chunks in case you can't get the whole thing. I mean, sooner or later, you're gonna, as you stated, we'll come back for Hamilton if, let's say, we do something, one of the other ones. The situation would be the same. I mean, I imagine next year we'll be in the same situation where, you know, can we fund an entire project? I mean, we try to, as committee members, trying to say, well, we want to feel good too about, you know, we got something done. But we are very dependent on the amount of funds that are available and the number of applicants every year. So we're trying to juggle these things. So anything, sometimes when things are in the larger amounts, you know, like the 485 one, you would still want to come back and say, here's we want the whole thing, but here's like a plan B or a plan C on how to approach it too. Other questions?
We appreciate your honesty and your direction here, and yeah, it makes sense. Let's get something done. I mean, this is a feather in everybody's cap to get that one house done, and then we will, as from what we've learned here through this process, we would recalibrate for next year. So we appreciate your direction on this, and we look forward to your response.
Great, Mr. Avedisian, I saw your hand go up.
Yes, one quick question or suggestion. I don't know. I think we've asked this question prior years from other organizations. Most of the time, I don't see any funds reserved savings that just directly saved basically for renovation, repairs, whatnot. Because all our organizations, we all wait until the last minute. Once everything falls apart, then we start running around and trying to fix them or find them dollars. Why? I don't know if you guys do or not, but I don't remember seeing it, that you have certain dollars reserved savings just for this kind of projects, that repairs or, you know, remodels or whatnot that needs to be taken care of. This is something I think in the budgeting to all organizations. I think we've mentioned this before to the rest of the organization. I would highly suggest the organization to save some money aside, regardless, even if it's going to be hardship at that moment. But in the long run, it gives you a better walking road that you can, you know, do some of your repairs without hardship. That last minute.
We do have a reserve. We do have a reserve fund that is there. We try not to utilize that, but our finance committee has just directed us, and you didn't see it in the previous financials, but starting a couple of months ago and leading into our next budget that starts April 1, we do have a deferred maintenance account in there that we're going to be putting money in every year, every month. So that money will start to pile up. And then we also have another repair budget in there in the budget. So we've got the capacity if something really serious were to go wrong that we could get things fixed.
That's great to hear. Yeah, we've had that discussion before, kind of like HOA.
Perfect.
Required to have reserve funds, in order to save for the capital projects, which we know that each of them have their own lifespan attached to it. Okay, other questions?
I was just going to add that together with the reserve fund, that it's really important to go back and have a facilities master plan with the life cycle of each of the major different facilities and when you plan to renovate them and what is priority and, just certain amounts. And that would be so much easier for you to plan and also to present to your funders with funding requests. So a facilities master plan.
Yep.
Okay, so excellent idea, because there are obviously other funders that we are going to be going after, and that's a great idea. We've got the basis of it right now, just kind of rolling all this up into a prioritized type of listening. So we walk away learning a lot today. We appreciate it.
Yeah. And oftentimes our agencies will also, we'll see what we're able to do here at the end of today, but oftentimes our agencies will, if they do get an allocation from CDBG, kind of helps them to go and leverage that with donors to say, CDBG is putting in this much, we need to match it with some other funds. So let's all come together, to complete a project.
So clarification, I know that sounds like you're going to be making decisions today.
Yeah.
Is that the final decision? Because I thought things were awarded like in July. Would we be getting some type of response back within the next week or so?
Well, what you'll hear by the end of today, if you continue watching the proceeding today, is you'll see we will land on the committee will land on a recommendation that we will make to City Council. City Council is the one with the authority to make the final decisions on our recommendations. And then after that is when, assuming City Council approval to the recommendations, then it'll move into its HUD process. I don't know, Maggie, if you wanted to add anything to that.
And just to add one point to that, in April, we also have a public hearing. So the public is also encouraged to give their comments on the funding recommendations that the CDBG Advisory Committee makes before it goes to council. And those comments and recommendations are also placed in the report as well.
Okay. Thank you for your time. Apologies for the delay. Anything else? Otherwise, we'll move on to our.
No, thank you. We appreciate your input and your time and the opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a wonderful day. Okay, I have us at 12:12. Where do we want to go next? In the agenda, we were supposed to break for lunch earlier. Do we want to do lunch now, or where do we stand with the other agencies?
I think we have one agency left, right?
That is correct.
So why don't we finish the one agency and then we can...
Okay.
Okay. So the next agency is YMCA of Glendale for the first floor all-inclusive locker room project. And with us is Richard Dow and George Thackley.
Good afternoon.
Richard Thackley.
Good afternoon, committee and staff.
Can you hear us, Richard?
Yeah. Yes, we can.
Okay. And
hi.
You can hear us too?
Yes, I can.
Okay, good. Yes, which one of you would like to start?
Well, I guess I'll start. Hi, I'm George Thackley, the president, CEO of the Glendale YMCA. Yeah, it's kind of echoing. I don't know why.
If you have, if you're streaming the proceeding at the same time, you need to mute the proceeding, otherwise it'll echo.
Yeah. Let's see.
Or turn the stream off.
Robbie? I need to mute the streaming. Just a second, please. Mute the streaming. It's echoing.
Or just stop the streaming during the presentation.
Mr. Chairman, before we move on, I just want to give a notice that I need to leave the meeting the latest by 1:15. I had a previous meeting scheduled, which I postponed it, but I need to leave at by 1:15. I was hoping that would be done
after this, so
I cannot be moved.
I don't know how that affects your schedule, Mr. Avedisian. Are you okay, George? Can you hear us now, or is it still echoing? We can't hear you. We lost your audio. Are you on mute? Don't stress out. Many people go through this.
You are on mute right now.
Richard, can you hear us, or are you okay with?
Yes, things are fine. Thank you very much.
Maybe I might suggest, in the interest of time, maybe you can start with the project, and then while George figures out his technology stuff, at least we
Or he can call in.
Yeah, you can do that too.
Sure, I could certainly start. First of all, thank you very much for entertaining the proposal. I believe, as George started to say,
I'm going to start video.
Okay, we hear you now, George.
There he is.
Yeah, hi. I'm sorry about that. I'm trying to open the video and I can't for some reason. I've been waiting the whole time and it's not working.
Well, we can hear you.
But I guess you could see me.
We can see you and hear you.
Thank you. Thank you, Richard. But I'll start quickly. As I stated, I'm the CEO of the YMCA in Glendale. And part of our social responsibility, which we've been focusing on in the past few years, especially, as you know, the Y has 3 focus areas: healthy living, youth development, and social responsibility. In the social responsibility, our focus is to create and help the greater community of creating a fully inclusive environment. To do so, we started several projects. One of them is the Neighbors in Dialogue, where we started a project where neighbors start talking to each other. We kicked off last month. We had about 35 people that came in, and we're basically opening in a very honest and well methodical way to talk about how can we build a greater community. And then when it comes to this project, we noticed that we have to be committed to a fully inclusive environment at the Y. And as the Campbell Center folks mentioned, it's very important to have everybody's need met. Special needs population has to come to the Y and feel dignified in the way we treat them and the way we provide the community facility. We started 3-4 years ago where we had opened a floor. We carved out part of the men's locker room, and we opened 3,000 square feet facility that is catered to people with physical and mental disability. We start to meet this need, and we realized a new need emerged, which is, hey, I like to come in here, I feel good, but I need assistance especially the assistants, sometimes we talk to us to take a shower after the exercise. We currently, I mean, before pre-COVID, had 5 different homes and population from the school district that come into the Y at no cost. And we accommodate them because I believe, given the chance for a fully dignified area environment for exercise, will help everybody in the long run feeling good about themselves. So that's how we came up with this. When a lady, and I mentioned in my case statement, I was walking in that floor and a lady approached me, said, "This is great. I'm able to work out." She's fully, she's on a wheelchair, but she said, "As you know, my husband always comes with me to assist me, and I need to take a shower. Where can I take a shower, or my husband can go with me and help me?" And I had no answer for her because the facility is not accommodating that way. So the universal locker room idea came in. We want to address the needs of the community for special needs, you know, no matter what, whether they're physical needs, mental needs, vision impaired, hearing impaired, transgender, etc., etc. We want to create a locker room where people feel dignified in the way they want to lead their life, and we meet their needs. Right now, we do not have that. And, you know, we currently, if you come to the Y, well, pre-COVID, now we have to wait after COVID, but in the morning from about 7 o'clock to 1, you will see hundreds of seniors and people with disabilities come to the Y. And we created the environment that is very inviting, so no one feels uncomfortable, except when it comes to the locker rooms and the showers. If you're a lady coming into the Y right now, you have to go up to the second floor in an elevator, go through the basketball gym while people are playing to get into the women's locker room on a wheelchair or a walker, which is very inconvenient. So a lot of them go to the girls' locker room, which is awkward in the summer. So that's really the case statement. Overall, it's part of our social responsibilities. We want to accommodate this population, by the way, as I stated, and according to the Glendale Healthier Community Coalition, we have about 14% of our population have some type of disability, which is, and LA is 10%. We're an aging community, and we want to be as accommodating as possible to meet our social responsibilities. And we truly believe that the way we believe that building a stronger community, you build it one neighborhood at a time. We believe that creating an inclusive environment will help the greater community understand and appreciate each other. That's it. Thank you. I can't hear.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, I was on mute. Apologies. No thank you for your presentation. Mr. Dell, did you want to say a few words about the details of the project?
The details, I think the set of documents were included in that. One of the things that George talked about is some of the things that we're experiencing in facilities like this is that parents don't like to let their kids go to the shower alone. We're seeing a lot of that in terms of communal type of environments. And what George and his group at the Y are tending to do is trying to meet those security and safety demands. If a child comes in and wants exercise, whichever, and a parent needs to accommodate them and join them, that's what this facility does. Luckily, the facility has the infrastructure to support this. So we're not having to do a great deal of structural renovation to the building. It's really considered interior improvements. So the dollars being spent going forward, not unraveling work that was done before. It's an aging facility. If you look at the photos that were submitted, the documents and the photos show that it's in dire need of help. But from my perspective, again, we start to see the security issues where cameras are not allowed. To avoid those types of events that we hear about and some other facilities are experiencing, where people go in and have the wrong intent, this type of solution, which is now generating a great deal of interest, is the right solution when George talks about all-inclusive. So again, structurally, architecturally, the building lends itself to what we're intending to do, and we're not going through a great deal of gymnastics, you might say, to make it all work. I think we provided, staff had asked for additional information regarding the prevailing wage and how we came to that, those numbers. The general contractor, I believe, supplied staff with backup documentation with regard to the prevailing wage posted January 2021 and illustrated how those numbers were arrived at. I believe we mitigated their concern with regard to the validity of the proposal and the estimated budget. So with that, I think we'll leave it for questions for you. Open for questions.
Okay, committee members, any questions? Ms. Quinones-Gabrielian.
Thank you very much. Thank you to both of you gentlemen for presenting the project, and I'm happy to have this in front of us. The Y has been a wonderful member of our community and a great building block of building community. My question was regarding, as Chairman Armenian has said several times, we don't have all of the funding required for all of the projects requests in front of us. So if I look at this project and I see the description, it's about one large room, but it does entail having to do a lot of, demolition and taking away walls and opening up the space. Is there any possibility in this project that it not be all or nothing? Can any of these stages of the process be
I'm not in the picture anymore.
Can be separated into separate projects or phases? That's my question.
Just click OK. It'll stop you there.
George, you may want to mute George.
I think the problem that we have is that the demand in certain areas for the dance studio and the bathrooms and the lockers, unfortunately, be very difficult to phase it from our perspective. The locker, because it's a unisex locker, there really isn't a men's and women's per se. So it would be very difficult to bifurcate those functions and try and phase it. I do completely understand your question with regard to how does one make the economics stretch and make them work. We understand that. And perhaps maybe the interior improvement of the dance studio might be phase 2, but physically we have to logistically develop those areas for the lockers themselves. And to do so, we don't have a lot of choice or opportunities or alternatives to phase the project. And I believe we also outlined some of the estimated budget for the dance studio and for the cycle room. Perhaps those might be pushed into a second phase, but the bulk of the facility and the funds really have to go into getting the bathrooms, because once these toilets go down and the locker room goes down, the Y has to rely on the locker rooms upstairs and downstairs. So the inconvenience of phasing this will be very difficult. We've got to get it done quickly so we can reopen and service everybody on the ground floor.
But I just wanted to clarify, the amount that you've requested, which is the 566, that is just for the bathroom?
That is the requested amount for that we requested for CBG. The balance would be paid for by the Y. If we have to bifurcate that 566, we could probably structure that some way. But again, a bulk of the money and funds are for the bathroom, not for the dance studio and for the cycle room.
Did you have further questions, Ms. Quinones-Gabrielian?
I appreciate the response, Mr. Dell, and I guess I'm looking at the series of steps that is going to take to do this project. It's 566,000, and I've been to the Y, and I worked out there, and I know exactly. I'm picturing, you know, the upstairs women's locker room, and you know the spa area, and some of the exercise units, and that first floor, and you're trying to take a huge project of demolishing different pieces and making it one large room. I'm thinking, what I was thinking is perhaps as you do that and you start building that one large first story area, is there any way to partition the under construction from the parts that have been demolished, so that you end up with half of that first story completed in one phase and then the other half completed in the other phase? And I understand that you'd be left with the basement and the second floor only while you have all this happening. So, but in the second year, you would have a half of the first floor already done, and then that second phase would be doing that other half. If that's not possible, then I'm just talking, I'm brainstorming, and just trying to see how we can help.
If I may, the answer to your question, anything's possible. The implications of doing a phase project of this nature, we would have startup funds again for the contractor. It would cost more money to do it. We have fire exiting out of the new space versus the old space. We'd have to accommodate a lot more different pieces and parts to it just to make it work from phase. Not that it can't be done, anything's physically possible, but the implications would be an extended time period of time for construction and extended more money for the contractors. Got to mobilize, restart. All that just adds dollars and times to the project. That wouldn't be our first option to look at, unfortunately, just from a construction sequential logistical point of view.
Okay. Can you then clarify? I have a couple of questions about just the number of people that you serve. The proposal says 800 unduplicated patrons. In your introduction, Mr. Saikali, you said that you open up the Y to various cross sections of the community to come in and use it at no cost. Is that part of the 800, or is that the 800 that you mentioned here, or is that, you know, what portion, what percentage of that?
Right now, we're committing for 800, for like 400 to qualify. Yes, it is part of the count. We also have about 600 seniors and adults who actually receive financial assistance right now as we speak. I anticipate the need will grow once we accommodate the population with a universal locker room.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to get a clarification to that last answer. So that when you say receive assistance, you mean receive some sort of subsidization of the...
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Armenian, that what we have is a policy that not to turn anybody away due to financial hardship, and we have a sliding scale in membership. People come in, they say, and we receive quite few because being in South Glendale, we are exposed and we don't turn anybody away. We ask them to give us few pages of like W-2 and stuff for income, number of kids, and we have a sliding scale table. We go through that. We do not keep any of their confidential information once we look at it. And then based on their income, the number of kids, we determine on a sliding scale how much they will pay. It's an income base.
Okay.
So some folks, for example, like one lady I remember that works in one of the hotels. I'm not going to mention the hotel. Single parent with 2 kids, and she could not make she can't afford the $80 per month. So the 3 of them are coming in with about $30 a month and getting the full privileges.
Thank you. I also had another follow-up to Ms. Quinones-Gabriel's first question, which was around the phasing issue. I mean, the reality is that, as we've said to all the agencies, we don't have a whole lot of funds. We have a lot of proposals that are big ticket items. Yours is one of those. And so where that leaves things is to, where only a certain amount could be allocated potentially. I'm just talking about hypotheticals here because we still have to have that discussion as a committee later on today. But it would, absent some phasing, a potential scenario is there's only a certain amount that comes in, and then the balance would have to be found by the agency, or you would have to reduce the scope. Based on what I'm seeing here, Mr. Dell, I don't think that you can reduce scope because the project is the project in this particular case, which would then put you in the situation, put the Y in the situation of having to come up with a balance to complete a project of this scale. Am I kind of reading it right?
Yes, sir. The project is the project. I think one of the opportunities might be a phased financial commitment, where perhaps the board might entertain, committee might entertain the fact that it's a phased financial 2-year commitment from the committee in order to break it down and provide some of the funds now, allow the Y to do some fundraising to pick up the balance, and then come back next year and petition for another potential amount of money. The need is there. Unfortunately, the project size is the project size, but maybe there's a way to spread those costs over a 2-year process with a second submission.
Yeah, that gets you back to a phased project because the funds can't sit there endlessly. It requires that they need to be spent within a period of time. And so that's part of the difficulty of splitting it up that way. So it's not so much of the financial phasing as it is the actual work phasing, so that you can say we're funding this section and then coming back. But it seems from your project description, because it's all one room, there's no way to split the room up or portions of the room, unless you told us that could be done. Mr. Garibian, you had your hand up.
Yes. Thank you for the presentation. Obviously, I spent good portion of my high school days in Y, and I went to Hoover High School, and YMCA was one of our go places. So I have a great memories.
I don't see the picture.
Great memories with YMCA. But again, I mentioned it earlier, as Mr. Armenian mentioned, this is one project. But does the lockers include in the bathrooms, or it doesn't? Because I read somewhere it does, and then so I'm not sure. Is it lockers included in this total, or just the bathrooms and the showers and all that stuff?
The lockers are included, along with the family dressing room, showering rooms. It's in a complete locker room in its sense. So
it's all in one location as far as...
Precisely.
Okay, because again, I don't have a breakdown of, but if it's, as Chair Armenian mentioned, one project, you can't do half the bathrooms or half the lockers or anything that matter, because it is. But again, if we fund a portion of it, would you be able to raise funds for the balance of it? Is that something that you think is possible to do? Overall, we need the answer to that question.
Yeah.
When it comes to recommendation.
We have done like 2-phase project with CDBG before. That's the handicap lifter, where we said if we receive a commitment by next year, sometime within the year period, we will fund the difference, and then we can get the money later. Because as you know how it goes, we pay the contractor and get reimbursed by CDBG. I just think it would be really nice to have a great universal locker room that we're not going to change every 5-6 years, that's going to serve this community. Can we do it with lesser money? Probably we can, but we will not be able to meet if let's see 1,000 more people with disabilities and special needs come our way. You have to think we're trying to position ourselves for the future. That's really what it is. So
yeah, and I just wanted to state, I mean, I think every committee member values the role that Y plays in our community, and we certainly appreciate the project. But just the struggle on our end is that we have 831,000 total, and your proposal is 566 of that potentially, and we have multiple other agencies who have applied. So that's kind of the struggle here that we will have to deal with, and that's why you're hearing committee members, I think, try and think of creative ways in which to consider some funding for the Y, if that's where we end up landing. But the likelihood of going the full 566 is not very promising given the numbers that I outlined before.
Chair, may I just give more of the detail? So the reason, Mr. Dell, Mr. Sarkis, the reason we're saying this because if we, for example, whatever number we recommend, and later on, months later, you say, we can't fulfill the project, that process takes away from other agencies. That's why, and then we have to meet again and then split whatever if you say we don't want it, split it up to other agencies that they already started their projects and so on and so forth. So it is very important to make that decision because we really wish, I personally really wish I can recommend 566,000 today, but we all know that's not possible due to all the agencies that we have involved. So whatever number we do recommend, really think about it. Is it something you can finish the project by raising the funds, or versus you prefer to withdraw in general? That's what we're trying to give you that. So it makes it easier for your decision.
I understand.
Mr. Abedisian.
Good afternoon, Mr. Dell, Mr. Sakali. Again, thank you for submitting your YMCA's project. As always, we appreciate YMCA and all the organizations that participate. And we love to help every organization. I think part of the question or the concerns that they were asking, and I think we understand it all, that the funds, and you, I think, suggested also that if we can give you a portion of the dollars today of the project, the entire project of 566,000, and then maybe next year you come back and ask for the balance of it, we definitely we'll welcome you and we'll look at it. I don't think that we are in a position of giving you 100% commitment that we can give you, and we will give you the funds next year for whatever dollar amount that it's the cost of what you received this year. So that's the question that everybody's asking. It's not that we don't want to fund you or anything. We just want to know if you will be able to work half of the dollars today, and then the rest of it maybe if we can next year. And there is no promise that we can give you or fund you completely. And you know that, and you have that experience. That's all I gotta say. Thank you.
If I could ask a question of Maggie. So we fund, if we were hypothetically to fund a X amount, but it's less than what the request is, how much time do they, I asked it before, but I'm asking again so that this agency can hear the answer as well. How much time do they have to come up with the balance in order to complete the project? Because they can't sit on the funds. So what sort of time frame does that give the Y to raise the balance?
Again, I would repeat your earlier question. It's about 1 year. If we start again on the contract, the environmentals, even going to bid, we would have at least a year of a cushion for them that they could maybe do some fundraising and come up with some funding.
And if at the end of that 1 year, they have not come up with the balance or adjusted the scope, or so to speak, then the funds would have to be returned at that point, correct?
It would most likely have to be returned, because our biggest concern that looms over our head is the timeliness requirement that HUD has placed on us. Now, in the past, and I know Mr. Sakali has received funding in the past, timeliness wasn't such a big issue. It is now. We've actually had to take HUD classes on timeliness. They do issue letters. It goes to the mayor. We just don't want to be untimely with our funding, spending down of our funds, because we don't want Glendale to seem that we don't need the money or we're not spending the money. And it's a poor reflection on the city as a whole. So we're really trying to do away with the phases and whatnot, so we could at least fund projects that are ready to go and move them forward and do the drawdowns.
And two other questions, just for clarification. The agency has to provide the balance of the funds, and within a year get going on the project. They can't come in the second, let's say next funding cycle, retroactively to say, we already spent this money, now cover this other half of this.
That's a very dangerous place to be for the city, because then you're looking at a lot of liability, and if we have to return funds to HUD, it's going to affect other agencies in the future as well. So we do not want to do something like that.
Right. Okay.
I might get caught in funding. Am I correct?
Yeah, they can come back. If we have 2 years of untimeliness, they could come back and cut our funds, and then it would be even less money to deliberate on in future years. And we really don't want that.
And my question though was, they can't retroactively ask for, they can't come in money and say, we already spent it for the second half of the project. Fund it. Okay.
No, absolutely not. No.
Okay. So, I guess, to conclude, Mr. Sakali, is there anything that you wanted to add to this discussion? Because I think the likelihood of only being able to consider a portion of this proposed amount is likely something we're going to have to consider a little later when we're looking at the overall funding. So is that something that the Y is willing or able to tackle in terms of the balance?
It depends on the allocation, number one. And number two, I understand, and I'll tell you honestly that right now, after being shut down for 12 months, I had more money. Now I'm still, living because we had some reserves. Right now, I don't think I'd be able to commit for $500,000, which probably, let's see, if you give me 100,000, that's going to be a lot more money than the 300 I'm able to commit. So.
Okay.
Well,
any other questions?
I'm sorry, can I just just to help you to help us?
Sure.
If you had to throw a number, what would you throw in?
My plan was, if it's a big ticket item, then it could have been done the way we did it with the lifter. I've only applied once, go through the whole process in 11 years. And now, what I've been told by Maggie, that this is not an option anymore. We just have to respect your decision, no matter how it comes, and we move on.
Ms. Quinones Gabriela, you look like you have a question.
Yeah, I was going to ask Mr. Garibian's question. Maybe I'll phrase it a little differently. If we were to provide you the vast majority of it, and perhaps you would have to fundraise 15 to 20%, something like that. I'm just trying to find, what is doable in a fundraising over the entire time frame of your project. Could you do something like 10 to 20% leverage and additional leverage?
Yeah, we may or we may not, because right now we're waiting until they allow us to open, and we have a recovery plan that we need to bring in our operation the way it was, and that's going to take our focus. And every dollar I have right now, honestly, other than the money we allocated from our endowment fund, I can't guarantee. We're all friends. We belong to the same community, and we're straightforward. That's what it is.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Bell.
I appreciate your time. Sorry about the technical difficulties.
No worries.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Okay. We said we would break for lunch at this point, but I also wanted to check in on Mr. Avedisian's situation, see if we can make this all juggle. I know that he has to take a meeting here for a little bit. What is your timing again, Mr. Avedisian?
I somewhat heard you. I believe it's almost 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock. I have to leave the meeting the latest by 1:15 to get to my appointment at 1:30. It was initially at 11, so I postponed it to 1:30, hoping that will be done. However, it's not. So what I like to do, if it's doable, and I don't know if staff will allow it, I like to give my suggestions to the committee of the numbers. I leave the meeting just to have it in the record, to read it in the record, that what would be my suggestion. And then if I make it back to the meeting while you're deliberating, then great. If not, then I guess you'll have to deliberate without me. So if that
what time would you make it
is
back?
that allowed?
What time would you make it back from your meeting?
It's my appointment is 1:30, so by the time I go, at least 45 minutes before I get back, or an hour max.
Okay.
So that will be 2:30, and I think by that time you'll be already done. I would think so.
Yes, Mr. Garipian.
It's 1 o'clock now. We haven't taken lunch. 1.5 hour lunch is one option for him to get back at 2:30.
If that is okay with the staff and the programming, I'll do my best to get here as fast as I can.
Other thoughts?
I'm flexible.
I'm flexible. Yeah, I actually have to get to a CPUC meeting that I'm part of.
Maggie, is that doable?
It's doable by staff. I think the concerns are coming from the committee member, Avedisian.
So we're Mr. Garipian, your suggestion is to come back at 2:30. Is that the suggestion?
Yes. So in that case, Mr. Avedisian will be back.
Is that a great?
Can you hear me?
Yes, someone speaking?
Yes, it's Teresa. Sorry. I just wanted to make sure. Iris, do you know if GTV6 has anything after this meeting? Do we have a time constraint on that?
Because we had originally scheduled this to go to.
I don't know, so I need to check with them. I can check with them right now. I can check them.
Okay, if you could check, we'll hold on because I think that's critical to the decision.
After Mr. Avedisian comes back, it's 5 agencies. I don't think it should take too long. versus 17 agencies. It shouldn't be that difficult.
I am so sorry that I have to put you guys in this situation.
It's okay.
You're okay?
Chair Armenian, you mentioned that you would need to leave early. You had an appointment.
No, I mean, I'll try and squeeze my part in before 2:30. Mr. Lazarian, are you okay with a 2:30?
Yes, I am.
Okay, let's wait for Iris to come back on the GTV issue.
I could also let the staff know on my way back if I'm earlier, so they can connect back if that's doable.
Well, I think we'll need to set a time so that everyone knows when to expect.
Chair Avedian, committee members, I did verify with GTV6 that we can go a little longer, but we need to end by 3:30 because they need to get ready for another meeting.
Sorry, until what time?
3:30.
So we would have 1 hour. I think we could do it in an hour.
You can do it.
I think so. It's more than enough. Yeah.
Okay. Let's adjourn and say we will come back at 2:30.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm so sorry. Thank you.
Advisory Committee meeting in progress, returning from our recess. I'm Chair Zanku Armenian. We'll move to the next agenda item. If you can announce that, Iris.
I apologize. I had my phone disconnected, so I'm just connecting back. I didn't have audio. Would you please repeat what you said?
Yeah, I just said that we are returning from recess for the CDBG Advisory Committee. So if you can go to the, we left off hearing all the agencies in terms of item item 3A, in terms of just hearing about from each of the agencies. So I assume we're continuing that agenda item, correct?
That is correct. And next on the schedule under that agenda item is public comments. We don't currently have any callers, but you may want to allow some time for people to call in who are following along.
Sure. Well,
provide that.
I'll also announce, and then I'll go to, it sounds like Maggie, you have something to say, but it's on the screen, but callers, if they want to comment, the number is 818-937-8100, 818-937-8100. Sorry, you have something to say, Maggie?
Yes, Chair Armenian, members of the advisory committee. I just received an email from George Sakali. He is trying to call in, so he will be speaking during public comment.
Okay. Did he just send you that email or?
Yes.
Okay.
At 2:36, so he should probably be logging on to our system.
Okay, let's give him a minute to get on, so that we can cover off on that agenda item. But there's no other callers, right, at this time?
No, not at this time.
Okay. Do we have Mr. Sakili on the phone?
He is awaiting entry into the system, so
Okay.
he should be on.
I'm trying to verify. Okay, I'm trying to verify that our staff person is there, and she is. Maggie, has he already called in, or has he tried calling in?
He has. He says, I am waiting to speak.
Iris, are you on Comrex? Because I am on Comrex. I don't see any calls at all. Okay, let me try calling Vera to see if there is anybody that she may have placed on hold that we're unable to see, just to be on the safe side. I'm going to mute myself and try to call her.
Okay. Just for our viewers, we are waiting for public comments. There's potentially someone coming in on the phone, which is why we are on holding for the moment, since we are on that part of the agenda.
Should be coming through shortly.
Okay. First.
I received another email from Mr. Sakali. He is continuing to try to log on. He should be on soon.
He's trying to log on, or he's trying to call in?
He's trying to log on and connect to us. Yeah.
Okay.
I see his call. I'll put him on.
Thank you.
Mr. George Sakali?
Yes. Good afternoon.
Okay.
But first, thank you for allowing us to do our presentation before CDBG committee before you this morning. I just finished a meeting with our board chair, Ara Kalfayan, and we would love to have you consider an allocation recommendation to the council toward the project in the $300,000 ballpark. We appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
I have a question if you're still on the line.
Yes, sure.
Is this pertaining to, so with 300,000, your proposal was 585, I believe. So are you you will be able to cover the difference? Is that how this?
Yeah, Ara and I were saying we could do a fundraising plan.
Okay. Okay. Any questions from any of the other committee members? Mr. Garibian?
It's the same project they'll be done with they're giving us the direct.
We lost you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Now I can.
Okay, I just want to thank for them to put in that effort to calling in and giving us a direction. That was one of my originally, when we have directions that we've been getting so far from all the agencies, help us tremendously, and that's great. I just want to thank the YMCA for putting that effort to give us a direction, help us tremendously. So thank you so much for
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Sakili? Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate you calling in to give us an update.
Thank you.
Okay. So next, as part of our agenda, is to deliberate on each of the proposals. We want to maybe put up a spreadsheet. That way we can start our working session.
How was it that we're making it enlarge on our screen?
Left. If you put your pointer on the left of your screen, you'll see a little toolbar appear with a magnifying glass. And you can click plus or minus.
Fast learner.
Got it. Thank you.
You made me an expert, Mr. Avedisian.
Yeah, I'm the rookie here.
Okay. So last time what we had done on Friday was, we just on each of our potential allocations, but there's a lot less time on this particular section. Armik, Norai, who wants to go? Someone want to go first? I think Ms. Gabriel, Quiñones Gabriel went first last time. Let's give someone else a chance to go first. Mr. Garibian.
I can go first, but I just want to know this 116 and 206. These are the updated numbers that they already gave us from our report, right? This is updated based on the agencies that they mentioned today.
Certainly the 116 to 206 looks accurate. And I think the others are. The only one that's not, well, yeah, the YMCA only gave us guidance in terms that they would cover the difference. So yes, it appears that that is accurate.
Okay, thank you.
But staff, please verify.
Chair Armenian, yes, we did update the spreadsheet to reflect the revisions in the budget for the two agencies that had budget revisions, but it does not reflect the agencies that were giving you a minimum, for lack of better words, but when you asked them what would be the minimum they requested, it doesn't reflect what they said, but it does reflect the two agencies that had a revised budget.
Right. Gotcha. Okay. Mr. Garibian, go ahead.
Me go first, all right? Honestly speaking, obviously, every single one of these agencies, they've done a tremendous job of what they're serving. But again, we're short huge number, a very large number of shortage. And if I have to, definitely always we want to encourage our new participants, agencies that they applied, that they're new. But as far as the Campbell centers are concerned, definitely they give us a direction, and that helps. And I thanked them earlier. I'm going to thank them again. So I want to definitely give them the $197,858 for the Aluma House. So that's definitely given. As far as our commencement is concerned, again, they dropped their project. I feel it was like 311,000 originally with the two centers, and they just picked up one center. Again, thank them for pulling back, and they've done this a lot. Almost every year, I remember they discount or pull back or pull their request to try to work with us. And so, and also it's a project that it's a one full project just like the other ones that has to be done, funded fully. It's not, can't do the finishing. It's not like HVAC to say do 3 of them, which I think last year or the year before we did that, they had few HVACs and we only gave them a portion, and then a year later they came back and applied for the remaining HVACs, and we did that before with them. So I was thinking about giving them the full project of 206,518. And then we have the AC Glendale Youth Center. So that also has a multiple project. Obviously they're not getting funded for their camera system, which is that's about 45,000 or so. But I looked at to break it down, for example, not to do the cafeteria/library area, but the number was so small compared to get them dusted, didn't justify not funding the camera system, for example. So I'm going to go with the 116,000 on on General Youth Center as well. Now this adds up to the difference. I have only $310,000 remaining, and the good thing about the LARC that they say it's a phase 3, so it does not affect their other phases. It's something maybe could be pushed to the following year. I appreciate for them to try out, and luckily I don't see much of a urgency of a phase 3 by the time they're done with the phase 1 and the 2s. And they also mentioned themselves that this could be pushed back later on. I'm going to leave them out this year and allocate the remaining balance of, was it 310,769 to YMCA, and actually that just correlates perfectly with their request, and that helped us a lot tremendously for them giving that direction, that a minimum they'll take, and they can fund the remaining 200 some thousand themselves by fundraising. But of course, I gotta say, the YMCA's project, the family thing, it reminds me when my kids were much younger, and we would visit, for example, Americana in Glendale, and the fact that they had the family restroom versus the men's, and I have 2 daughters, and sometimes I had to change the diapers or help the kids or be with one kid because they're very close in age. Those family restaurants were tremendous help, and I can totally understand the YMCA having to upgrade this to these family locker rooms. It's a great project and would help a lot of individuals to feel comfortable, especially moving forward with this COVID that is going to stick around for years to come in one format or another. Life, it's changed completely with this COVID moving forward. So this is my recommendation for what we have, and I'm hoping that the Campbell Center definitely will return and we can fund every one project. Same with the LARC, hopefully next year. The phase 3 will be perfect timing and we can move on.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Garibian. Who would like to go next? Ms. Quinones Gabrielian.
Thank you. I think I'm very, very similar to Mr. Garibian's proposal, except for one area. So I'll start with that. And the difference is with the Glendale Youth Center Capital Improvement Program, Armenian Cultural Foundation. I know they mentioned in their presentation that, you know, they could do the air conditioning as another phase. Their priorities, I think, were around security. So I would recommend that we fund $58,000 to support, upgrade, installing all of their security cameras, 24 cameras, and changing out 32 doors with, you know, the lock key system, the card key system. Then I would recommend a full funding of Home and Men's restroom renovation and that terrible pipe they need to change. So 206,518, and then go to the Campbell Center. And I wish we could, well, do more. But I do also hope they return again next year, because we've got to chip away at it and see what we can do next year for them. But I also recommend $197,858 to fund the Hamilton House. And finally, the balance of $368,769 going to the YMCA. And I know fundraising is very difficult right now under COVID conditions, and they've been closed. I don't see COVID going away anytime soon. They're going to continue to be closed for some time, and it's the perfect time to renovate the center and then reopen strongly with something for the community. as soon as that's done. And I hope we give them a bigger chance at success by increasing that contribution allocation to them as much as we can. So with that, that's my recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Committee Member Quinones Gabriela, if I may, I just want to verify, did you say 197,858 for Hamilton House or Alma House?
I said, oh, I'm sorry, I did say Hamilton House by mistake. I meant Alma House.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Which is where it is on the spreadsheet.
Yes.
Okay, who would like to go next? Mr. Avedisian or Mr. Nazarian? Go ahead, Mr. Avedisian.
I can go next.
Apologize for interrupting again. Sorry, Chair Armenian, members of the committee. I just wanted to remind you kindly that we need to end the meeting no later than 3:30 and sooner if possible due to GTV6 needing to cover another meeting.
Thank you for the reminder, Iris. Okay, Mr. Avedisian, go ahead.
I think, well, again, first of all, I want to appreciate and thank all the organizations that participated and submitted their proposals in asking for funds, and everyone that wanted it and acted in a way to reduce their ask, basically. I want to thank them. I want to definitely, we start with the Alma House, 100% with that. 197,858. I think my numbers are, I had it written before I left the meeting. I was going to suggest the numbers before I left in case we didn't have the lunch break, or you guys didn't take the lunch break. So my numbers are basically pretty much same as Mr. Caribbean. Full project for the DYC, $116,000. Our amendment, their full project 206 because of the restrooms in the situation, it cannot be provided. I would have if we could, and the balance I would give to YMCA again. The most importantly, I want to say I want to thank Lark for applying. And although in my mind, their project is a great project, a great facility and what they do overall for the community. One of the things for me that it did not really convince me for their project, that the need and the service group was exactly the same as the CDBG needs or requirements. I think I tried to ask them a couple of times and everyone I think asked a similar question, but I didn't get the right answer. I didn't get the exact answer what the serving was and who they were serving. So that was a big question for me. Also, the project, what they presented, it's not a project that it's very essential at this moment. The music class or the studio or the sound recording, that's not as essential as the Hamilton home or the Alma House that it's dire need, or the sewer system and amendment that's dire need and needs to be fixed. So with that, this would be my numbers. Thank
you, Mr. Avedisian. Mr. Ghazarian.
Yeah, I have same numbers like Avedisian. 116 for Armenian Culture Foundation. 206, 518 for Amendment Arat. 197, 858 for Alma. And the rest for YMCA.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Nazarian. Did you have anything else you wanted to say, or are you finished?
No, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, my numbers match up the same as well, with the 116 for ACF. I feel like we're getting a lot of mileage out of that those funds. The 206,518 for Homenet Men, and then the 197 and balance to YMCA. And I do encourage the Campbell Center to come back for the project so that we can continue funding them, and they'll get a little bit more experience in the process for all this. With LARC, one of the things that I do think that we value the contributions they make. Of course, they all make, but especially the importance of music. I think what I would like to see more of, which I don't think we could get a clear answer on, is how they specifically go after and provide the opportunity to low-income households or disadvantaged households in our community. I do think that they provide a great value for what they do, but I think we need to see them kind of pinpoint how they serve that part of our community more specific for CDBG funds, I think, because our funds are meant to serve those demographics. So that's kind of why I landed on this as well. So, and with the why, I think, I do think that remember, these are initial proposals on which they're based. And so sometimes they do come in a little bit high. I do find the 566 to be a little bit on the high side on a project of this scope. So I would hope that when they get into the actual formal bidding process, where there are different contractors bidding against each other, that they can sharpen their pencils and hopefully close that gap so that they're not having to fill the gap between the 310 and the 585 that was in the original proposal. So I'm hoping they actually, the bidding comes in lower than the 585 so that the gap that must be filled is smaller. I'm confident that they could do that if they pushed it a little bit harder. So that's kind of where I landed. Open for discussion at this point.
I will voluntarily support the majority proposal.
Thank you. Yeah. Oh,
wow. Unanimous.
This is all in support of Iris's 3:30 deadline. That's a joke.
Much appreciated.
Okay. Then is there a motion?
I make a motion to accept the numbers as presented.
Okay.
Second the motion.
Okay, Mr. Guzman, second. We have a vote.
Yes, committee members Avedikian,
Yes.
Nazarian,
Yes.
Iones Gabrielian,
Yes.
Vice Chair Garibian,
Yes.
and Chair Armenian.
Yes.
Okay, motion carried. I apologize. I forgot to ask if you wanted me to read out what the recommendations were for the record.
Why don't we go ahead and do that? Sure.
Okay. So Armenian Cultural Foundation Glendale Youth Center CIP project, 116,000. Homenet Men Ararat Chapter Main Campus North Campus Restroom Renovation, 206,518. Lark Musical Society Lark Cultural Annex Studios, 0. The Campbell Center Goguen House CIP, 0. The Campbell Center Hamilton House CIP, 0. The Campbell Center Alma House CIP, 197,858. And YMCA of Glendale First Floor All-Inclusive Locker Room Project, 310,769.
Thank you. Next agenda item, please. If you're speaking, Iris.
Thank you. Next is oral communications. We don't have any callers at this time. So item 5 is committee staff comments.
Okay, well, I'll start out by first thanking staff for all their work in this process. I know that it's a lot of legwork, and I think per City Council guidance from last year, where we were strongly urged, you were strongly urged to reach out to a wider, segment of our community to try and get more applications. Congratulations, you succeeded. That did make our job a lot tougher, but that's okay. That's important that we have as many ideas and make sure that this is a very open process that considers many different needs and all the great work that's done in our community. So appreciate all your work. And I also wanted to thank my fellow committee members for their deliberations. A lot of great ideas here. We don't always see eye to eye on everything, but I appreciate the professionalism with which we approach this effort. I'll open the floor to others who might want to say things. Ms. Quiñones-Gabrielian.
I echo your comments. We are blessed to have so many incredible organizations and projects going on to make sure that we have a sustainable community to serve everyone. And I've learned a lot, and I've enjoyed doing it as a part of this committee. And I appreciate, first of all, staff training and staff preparation. We couldn't have done it without you. And all of the organizations that came in and presented to us. We didn't fund everybody this year. Obviously, we cannot. But I so enjoyed learning what you're doing, how you're serving the community, and I hope to get to know more and to see you again next year. Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Garabian.
Yeah, obviously, I'm going to start first thanking the agencies, but not only thanking them, it's also every year we realize that really our city is called Jewel City because of such organizations exist. I don't think there's many cities who have such a variety of such organizations in one city. I mean, from Campbell to Larks to every one of them. They've been serving the community in mass sizes, and they have been around for years to come, and they'll continue. So I'm really lucky to be calling City of Glendale my city, a jewel city, that they do have such organizations. But obviously, next is the staff, the entire staff. They've done a tremendous job year in, year out. They make our job easier, obviously, by keeping us in line to make sure we are following the guidelines and remind us if there's things to be reminded and clarifications. No matter how many years you do this, there's always, you need a reminder here and there. And thank you for all the job and the time and the efforts they put in. And obviously my colleagues, thank you for all of you guys. Thank you for Chair Armenia for chairing this year. And obviously thank you Ms. Gabrielian for this year being the first year, and she's done a tremendous job also. And I started the same way, learning process. And so thank you everybody. Thank you the staff, the colleagues, and the agency.
That's my turn.
Go ahead, Mr.
First of all, first of all, I want to thank the committee and the staff that are allowing me to take the break and going away to accommodate my schedule. I appreciate you guys, everybody's time. Meantime, I want to again thank all the organizations that participated this year and submitted their requests for funding. One thing I want to again remind everyone that please don't think hard or bad that we did not fund you this year. That means you don't qualify and you cannot come back next year to ask for the funding. I think this was for everybody a learning process. And next year we can come back. They can come back with a better proposals or more stronger proposals, and hopefully we can have more money so we can give out more to the very worthy organizations, every single one. I have a personal suggestion. Maybe some of the organizations they have multiple projects ongoing. This is my personal thought that maybe you should, if you're not done with your projects by next year, this time, maybe you should sit out for 1 year, make sure all your projects are taken care of and completed before you're taking on more projects, because more projects you have, harder time you have to complete them, and you have to really run harder and faster in order for you to catch the timing to complete. And also, obviously, our one and only staff. Without them, the community cannot do anything, or we do very limited. So again, I thank the staff, especially Maggie. I know I bugged you so many times. I have emailed, hoping that she would email me back on a Monday, but same night, on a Saturday night or a Sunday afternoon, she emailed me back responding to my question or my needs. So I really appreciate your time and your help. I appreciate the organizations and, of course, my colleagues. As always, it's a pleasure to serve on this committee and serving with such a knowledgeable and such a committed committee members. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Avedisian. Mr. Vazarian?
Thank you for all the staff, all the hard work you guys did for this for fund. And thank you for all the organizations that applied for it. Sorry we couldn't give out to everyone. And thank you for my colleagues that we came up to a decision to opt all this organization. Hope next year we have more money, we can give out more to the organization that they can do the good job that they keep doing. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Vazarian. Any other comments?
Chair Armenian, members of the committee, I have one comment. I know you're thanking staff. They do a great job in preparing the reports and talking to the agencies and recruiting more agencies. But I do want to thank the committee for volunteering almost 2 full days of your time and listening to all the interviews and making your recommendations that we will take in April to council. I know the decisions that you made on Friday and today were tough, but the CDBG dollars that we get do go a long way with both our social service programs and our CIP projects. So I do thank all of you for volunteering your time. And hopefully in the coming years, we'll get additional funds and expand our reach to other nonprofit organizations. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think Chair Armenia lost his connection.
Yeah.
Yes, it looks like it as well.
Iris, as Chair Armenian tries to log back on, if I may, can I share our upcoming meeting with the committee and with the public? Not sure if you could see this. Thank you to
we can. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you to the CDBG Advisory Committee. We appreciate all that you do for the community and all the agencies that we serve here in Glendale. We did want to invite the public to a virtual community meeting. Now that the recommendations have been made, on Thursday, April 1st, we are going to have a virtual community meeting to discuss the recommendations and the complete 2021-2022 annual action plan. There will be 3 platforms for the public to log on or make a phone call or to email. So we're trying to make it much easier with the COVID restrictions that we have. Usually we would have an in-person meeting done, but unfortunately we're still not in the clear yet with the COVID-19 pandemic. So we invite the public to either join us or call in or comment. And then we expect a tentative city council housing authority meeting to finalize the recommendations on April 20th. Again, it's a tentative date, but please schedule April 20th as a date for our report to go to city council. Thank you.
Would that be 3 p.m. ish?
I believe it's now, Onig might be able to correct me. It changed to 2:30, but I don't know if they returned it back to 3 o'clock.
Okay, but around that time.
Chair Armenian, members of the committee, depending on how heavy the schedule is with all the meetings that we have on Tuesdays, we usually start at 2 o'clock, but depends how many agenda items there are with the Housing Authority, and also if there's a special meeting that day at 3 o'clock. So we'll know more as we get closer. It'll either be 2 p.m. or 3 p.m.
Okay, so just we'll hold like 2 to 4 just as a hold on calendars for those who want to participate, just to be on the safe side. Okay. Any other comments from staff? Okay, I wanted to remind everyone, my fellow committee members, of 2 things. I don't know, I'm sorry, my connection lost there, so I don't know if you mentioned this already, Maggie, but I want to make sure that everyone fills out the comments. There's a comment form for each proposal, both for Friday's proposals and today's proposals. And you, as you remember, you rate the proposals, but there's also a section for comments. So would appreciate you to the degree that you can make sure you put in detailed comments within those boxes on those forms. And what is there a time frame in which you want those back, Maggie?
Preferably by next Friday.
Okay. So next Friday, let's consider that a deadline, and that would be March 12th.
Correct.
Mr. Avedisian?
Maggie, the forms, should it be emailed to you or mail it to you?
I would prefer email if you can scan and send it to me, but if you cannot, you may mail them out to me.
Okay.
Not a problem. Thank you.
Okay, and then the second reminder, in case everyone hasn't done so, but today is actually the deadline for the filing your Form 700. And so if you haven't filled those out, please do so, and at least get an electronic copy over to the city clerk's office as well as to Iris. And then you can put the wet signature hard copy in the mail with a postmark of today if you can. You still have time before the post office closes. So any other administrative reminders like that, Maggie or Iris?
I believe you covered. Thank you. I think you've covered everything. Thank you for the reminder of the evaluation form.
Yep. Okay. I think that's it right on our agenda. Okay.
Yes, there are no additional items.
Okay, we have a motion to adjourn the meeting from Mr. Avedisian. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Mr. Goribian seconds. If there's
We're adjourned at 3:17.
Yeah, so we not only met your deadline.